Memories. Memories. Yeah. Memories. Memories.
Our insight here, you get an insight and you know something, but you don't want to say it out loud because you're kind of afraid that it's not going to be really true and it'll spoil the whole thing for you. But when somebody makes you say it, then, and it's true, then it just makes it more beautiful of a thing.
Hello and welcome. It is time for the grand finals, the creme de la creme of everything that we've been watching today. It's delayed by quite a while because of all the slobber knocker matches on its way throughout the bracket that we've seen. It's been a story for both teams, but different stories indeed. MME Dive versus ZDC, and well, one team has had a winner bracket run and well, had very little issue up until the winner bracket final where they had some issue with Phantom, and then ZDC beat Phantom um in a more one-sided affair than the match of MME Dive, but MME Dive beat ZDC. So I'm trying to like work out the triangle of like who should technically be better than each other, and it's very hard, Dex.
I mean, you could always just say the team that's in the grand finals from the winners bracket might be better than the team that's in the finals from the losers bracket. And you can kind of look at the previous match history here. MME Dive has beaten ZDC in the past. That second round, a 2-0 sweep there. So you could be looking at this one as something where MME Dive is maybe getting the opponent they kind of wanted to face a little bit more in this round.
Yeah, Phantom in their area. Phantom were in their area, but now they're out their area because ZDC are in the challenge. And yeah, ZDC got 2 0'd by MME Dive, but Phantom got 3-1'd by ZDC, and Phantom were very, very close to beating MME Dive. Now, we're probably not going to see any 2CP show up in this match, and that was one of the weaknesses of MME Dive. Shock and Horror, the map type that no one's scrimmed since Overwatch 1 because it doesn't exist. But I think ZDC, they can do this, but it's worth remembering. MME Dive, the word aggressive doesn't do the word. It doesn't do the justice. There are no words to really do justice to how aggressive enemy dive are. They are spawn camping levels of aggressive, and we'll be heading to Lijiang Tower first. And we've seen, I mean, it's Lijiang Tower into King's Row every time, right? It's goats. No one is picking anything other than Lijiang and King's Row for the first two maps, and if they do, then I will be humbled.
You want to bet anything on that we might not see Kings Row just for some fun?
Sure. I'll bet you 3 pauses that King's Row is the map next.
Oh man, that sounds just mean considering how many pauses you've had to deal with already so far today. But yeah, heading into to Lijiang here, I mean, this is a great map to start out on, no matter what type of mode we're playing, whether it's goats or whether it's normal 5v5. It's just a great warm up map here. But one thing I kind of wanted to point out, ever since ZDC got knocked down to that losers bracket run, they only lost one map, and it was that one map that Phantom was able to take off of them.
Yeah, they are on the vengeance arc right now as they try and take out MME Dive heading into Li Jiang Tower. It will be Control Center first. Can they take control of the narrative again? Can they begin to complete their vengeance arc? Or is MME Dive too big of a boss battle?
Oh,
No,
no.
no, you're
No,
joking. You're
no.
kidding me. You're nah. That is a meme. They're not actually
my
asking for a pause, right?
No, wait,
No,
wait.
they're asking for
No,
a
they are.
Dex. Dex. I can't take it anymore. I can't
they're
do
saying
this.
never mind.
I've seen like 12 to 15 pauses today. I'm at my wit's end. I don't know what to
sorry,
do.
Gio. I'm so sorry, man. I just got here. I'm so sorry what you've had to deal with. Oh God, you've already lost it due to the elevator music you were listening to during the break. This is gonna be something really fun.
Oh my god, I'm gonna start ranting about society in a moment. That's how mad I'm going. But I think the teams are ready.
Are they?
Maybe. I saw an R somewhere. Maybe I'm just dreaming of them at this point. I'm gonna have a nightmare that's just a pause screen tonight. Like that's the level I'm at.
The letter P is just gonna be sitting in your nightmares for the next couple of nights here.
No.
I don't know if we're going if they're getting ready here because Gio, I think you can see the same thing as me, and that looks very concerning.
Yes, there's some concerning pixels going on in
Oh no!
behind the
Oh no!
screen.
Oh no! I think I might know why.
Oh no, not another. We've already had an observer drop out today. What
Wait!
is happening? Scares.
Okay,
oh,
wait.
Oh, whoa.
Everything's back. We're in
That's
game.
a buzz. Oh god.
We've already missed a team fight that MME Dive won.
Okay, well, that just goes into the narrative. The MME Dive, the aggressive, they're in your face. Benno Slays is already at 80% to bomb already. Now that is incredible.
Okay, well, we had a pause initially for one thing. The pause there at the end was our observer lost power briefly. But hey, we're back in it now. MME Dive taking this fight to ZDC at the moment. ZDC just trying to get anyone going here, but IQ Mighty able to find Axel, get everything started, and ZDC just trying to run for their lives here, but the MME Dive team will not allow them to escape.
And just like the devs couldn't stop Goats, MME Dive, they can't be stopped by ZDC. And now the gods are stepping in to strike lightning upon our observers to make pauses happen. But no, it's unrelenting. Goat survives. It's the cockroach comp. MME Dive have all of their ultimates as well.
Grab comes out here from Flex. IQ finds one. Bino finds another one with their bomb. And they're able to DMAC Majin there. Majin just gonna jump off the map to join the rest of their team here in their spawn rooms. And MME Dive looking very scary so far.
Now, I don't know if you noticed it because they have very high stealth rolls, but FLX did a sneaky one for the Grav, and that's very much in this player's portfolio. They've been doing that every time we've seen them on screen, so check out for the sneaky plays that Azaria can do.
Shatter comes out here from both sides. The only thing Bonnie's the only one to find anything there. Grab does come out from Ray Coco here, but you see MME Dive just picking up kill after kill here. I don't think ZDC has found anyone yet at this moment. MME Dive currently on a 1-life challenge here in our first map.
MME Dive, they're looking like the immovable object. ZDC right now, they need to step up. They need to take their aggression to levels they haven't had to before because MME Drive, they're an absolute rock.
And Evergreen maybe getting a little bit too close to the sun. They're able to escape the sun. The shadow coming out from Axo, though, does find two. Immediately cancels out there by the beat there from Evergreen, but Axo finally able to find the first member of MME Dive here. ZDC trying to get something going here. Ostrix will fall, but Axo continues to pick up kills here at the moment. Make it 3 for the Reiner here for ZDC, and they're going to be able to retake the point here.
Yes, in the final moment, the final hour, ZDC stepped up to the point. Now they have a bit of control here. However, MME Dive have their tried and true combo. They are the best at graviton surging, bombing, and charging. They know that combination like the back of their hand, and they have it ready here, and there's nothing really to contest it.
I mean, there is some to contest it. Franco does have their Transcendence ready to go here. They're going to start with the beat, though. Here comes the beat, though, from Stretcher and the shatter from Bonnie. The bomb will find one there from Imagine. Flex does find Ray Coco, and MME Dive continues to pick up the kills here. Imagine, though, will find Franco to try to keep them in it, but it's just them by themselves here at the moment with Teeter falling there.
And MMA Dive, they're taking control at 99%. Panic mode now for CDC as they try to touch but cannot do so. And that just goes to show, you did mention they had the Transcendence, but they didn't actually end up using it into like a super effective way. And MME Dive were just able to just walk over. And that's the sort of plays that we've seen MME Dive basically breathe. They breathe goats. They don't just live it, they breathe it. They were born in the goats, molded by the goats, and they're continuing to look dominant. ZDC, they did show signs of being able to match MME Dive there, catch out some key opportunities and some missteps, but right now ZDC, they need to take their amp, because they're at a 6, MME Dive are 11. I want to see ZDC just take that amp and pump it all the way up and take it to Dive here.
Bino almost goes in there, gets completely demeched. They're able to escape with their life there. I like what they're trying to do there. Maybe boop off a couple players from ZDC, but nothing came from it there. And right now, it's really just coming down to these Reinhardts here. You see Bonnie getting very aggressive. Like you said, the MME might be one of the most aggressive teams here, but Bino losing their mech might force them to play this one a little bit safer. However, as I say that, Axel falls, so does Ray Coco, and MME Dive already has ZDC hitting that reverse button.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if they lose their mech, they're still gonna press the W on their keyboards. MME Dive in a very solid position. FLX much more ahead at the grab game, but Franco goes down.
Oh, that's not what you want to see for MME Dive. And look what that does. They immediately fall back. The rally coming out here from IQ Mighty to try to keep everything supported here, but Franco might actually be able to get back in time before the next big team fight is able to commence here.
Yeah, they're teeing off. They do have the Transcendence, both sides do, to try and sustain themselves.
Each team just kind of poking at each other right now. Bonnie almost getting stunned there, but they do pop their shatter. Do not find anyone there. The beat coming out from Evergreen to try to keep everyone here for MME alive. The bomb coming out here from Majin will find Bino here, but Bino's finds Ray Coco to keep everything pretty much even in this one. Axo swinging that hammer, able to shatter IQ Mighty there, but IQ Mighty might be able to keep themselves alive with some help there from FLX. Now they're popping a rally of their own. The raid boss is coming, and they're coming to try to find everyone here on ZDC. Evergreen will be able to find Axo there. Majin getting demeched, and MME Dive looking to clean up this team fight.
Yeah, and they held in strong, and their support line is very patient, especially Franco, who had Transcendence for the majority of that fight, but just knew that they didn't need to pull the trigger on it, likely waiting for Ray Coco to come in with that grab. And now with 70% on the board, we're approaching final fight territory. ZDC need to find a footing in this next fight.
Shatter comes out here from Bonnie, does not find anyone. However, Bonnie immediately finds Axel off that. The grab coming out from Ray Coco, but the Transcendence, like you said, was pretty much being saved for that grab there from Ray Coco. From Franco, Ostrix will fall, and MME Dive looking to clean up this team fight and clean up this map here. However, Beno does get demeched. Axel will take care of them. MME Dive, though, still in a very comfortable position right now.
High 90%. Someone's going to have to touch. It'll be the Diva flying in, likely. Yeah, they're going to be able to just touch there. Into overtime. Can they get something substantial?
Imagine's going to lose their mech. The rally coming out here from Ostrix. Grab coming out from FLX. Two members of ZDC already down here. Transcendence out for Tater. They're not going to be able to really keep anyone alive with that. Ray Coco, though, does find Franco here to give them a sliver of hope, but Teeter falling here. Not what you want. They stretcher down. It's just up to Majin here on point. They're going to get demeched, and that will pretty much do it here.
An MME Dive starting the journey with a victory in their favor. Now, this is the expected outcome. Control has very much been an MME Dive area. They have, I don't think I've seen them lose control actually ever. So this is pretty much the expected outcome. It's all about now how ZDC come back. And I mean, they're going to pick Kings Row. And it's all about how they take against the aggression of MME. Because MME Dive's solution to a defense on a Kings Row is to walk up to your spawn and stay there. That's pretty much what they're going to be doing.
Yeah, and you're hoping at this point it's Kings Row, or you have, I believe, was it 3 or 5 pauses you're wagering right now. But, I kind of expect to be Kings Row as well. MME Dive, like you said, very aggressive team. Hell, if they're just going to be standing at the front doors of ZDC's exit point here on this hybrid map, I'm going to be very interested to see how it plays out for them.
I mean, I genuinely think that someone bet MME Dive how many times they can touch a spawn. I mean, we will see. I mean, ZDC, they must be expecting it because they did get an opportunity to watch that Phantom versus Dive game and get a feel for both sides. But it is worth saying, the members of Dive, because they won that winner's bracket final, they've had a chance to sit back and just watch that loser's final and, get a coffee, get a tea, talk strategy. They have had the time that they've gained for themselves as we head into shock and horror, folks. Kings Row. The cobbled streets will see more goats happen.
I mean, Kings Row and goats. It's basically like peanut butter and jelly at this point. They are so co-inter. Oh, wow, I can't speak right now. When you hear goats, synonymous. There you go. Thank you for saving me there. But honestly, like, it's not a real series unless you see a Kings Row map, in my opinion. And I'm going to be very interested to see how MME Dive plays this. You've seen MME Dive play this map before. I haven't. I want to see this very hyper-aggressive team that's going to stand at the enemy spawn doors, just begging them to come out.
Now, it is worth saying, last time I saw MME Dive and Kings Row, I hyped them up this much. Then, a little team called Phantom actually kind of kicked their ass on Kings Row. And it was the upset that really started the thought process that maybe Phantom could beat MME Dive. And ZDC, they're looking to run that back. They're looking to pick up the script that was used for that game and use it for themselves and, take on the role of Phantom. However, MME Dive, they're gonna be prepped for it, right? This time, they ain't gonna let much slide.
Yeah, and you have to remember, these two teams have faced each other in the past. And I would imagine the second map was also Kings Row in that series as well. So MME Dive kind of knows what ZDC should do here, and ZDC knows what MME Dive is going to probably do here. And hey, they have other maps that other series they could have watched and done a lot of scouting on. Like you said, MME Dive was probably able just to sit there and relax for the absolute nightmare of breaks and pauses that the losers final was.
Well, we are past that, touch wood, and we are into the grand finals where, touch wood, there will be much less pauses, touch wood. Now, ZDC, they're starting on the defense, and it's worth noting, MME Dive, they had the opportunity of choosing what site they wanted to go to, because this is the map choice of ZDC. Most teams choose defense. MME Dive, they chose attack. That's the sort of aggression that they have. They know they just prefer it.
Yeah, no, and I really like when teams do that. They feel like they have the momentum on their side, so they want to try to keep that momentum up here. And hey, if you can have a really good offensive round here or push round here, it's going to really make the other team feel very bad about themselves and kind of ruin their mentals a little bit.
Oh, ruining Axel's mental.
And Majins here as they get DMEC'd. Bonnie won't even let them touch the ground after getting DMEC'd. Ostrix falls as well. And MME Dive, a quick team fight win here and a point cap in less than a minute.
Yep, and that's that patented aggression that we talked about. Axel's health was stripped away from them. First of all, they almost got saved, and then second of all, they got eliminated. ZDC, though, not taking it lightly, not taking it lying down. Walking up to this choke, trying to control things here, except Bonnie already has a quick shatter that might shock Axel a bit.
Tater does have a Transcendence here that they could use if they want to use it on a Shatter here. Both Zars do have their grabs ready to go, but the Shatter coming out here only hits Ray Coco. Axel already falls. That Transcendence from Tater or Tater a little bit too slow to get there to keep all their team alive there. And now Ostrix, what are you doing so far in the back line? Evergreen going to be able to take them out. Majin will fall. And again, Enemy Dive quickly winning a team fight.
Yeah, nice swift shatter. Takes out Reikoko when they had that Graviton Surge. Probably one of the win conditions being discussed for ZDC there. Now, very aggressive holds here, keeping your Diva on point. And both of these teams have a very big spread of ultimates. And you are looking at how they utilize the aggressive ones. The Grav, the Bomb, and, well, MME Dive. They love that classic Grav, Bomb, Charge. It's their bread and butter. Oh no.
You cannot be falling this early in a team fight. Here comes the grab and the bomb from ZDC. It will not find anyone as Franco had that Transcendence ready to go to keep everyone alive here. Everyone did use their beat in that fight as well. Now the grab and the bomb ready for MME Dive. However, they might not need to use it this team fight as just the pressure that they're putting on ZDC at the moment is forcing them back. But here comes the grab. Here comes the bomb. Oh, it's in a very dangerous spot. It's going to find one. Axel will find the other. And already, this should be the second point being capped here by Enemy Dive with Ostrix falling there. It will be.
Yeah, and no. Oh, right, that was very close to being a Zenyatta killed there. I mean, they had to, ZDC were forced to use beat so early there that the grab was just basically free. And now they have 5 minutes for the third point alone of Kings Row. Now, it's not unholdable. It's not over yet for ZDC. They can hold this. They just need to get a grip of their own tempo and stop being outpaced here by MME, who are looking for the Shatter.
Oh, but Axel is able to get that Shatter. Does not find anyone to be coming out from Evergreen, but look at that. The failed Shatter from ZDC leads to 2. Make it 4 kills for MME Dive. Down goes Majin. It's almost going to be a team kill here, but MME Dive still holding that foot on the gas pedal here.
Yeah, and they're going over the speed limit. No one can handle it right now. They still have the extra armor from that grab.
Transcendence bomb grab coming out. Bino will find Ray Coco there. Axel going straight to the point. A bomb coming out from Majin. They will lose their life, but they will not find anyone with that bomb. MME Dive finally being stopped here for only just a moment, and it will only be a moment as Stretcher falls. Down goes Ostrix and MME Dive. 4 minutes, 10 seconds in that time bank. It's an insane amount for Kings Row.
Yeah, the play trousers are off and the work trousers are on. MME Dive are not paid by the hour. They are coming in here with a striking 4 minutes 10 in the time bank. That is a very tough thing for ZDC to be facing against. And they basically need to do a similar attack if they want to try and get the same time bank. But MME Dive, they're probably thinking of just holding it first. Just not letting them get that first point. CDC have a massive task ahead of them right now. They're basically against an MME Dive that is driven, goal-orientated. They can smell the money, that money smell that money has, right? And, you know, they just want the dollar. They want the dollar.
Hey, they want that bag, as we talked about in the losers final. Each team vying for that bag here right now. But MME Dive, I mean, there was really no stop to them there. It was a quick team fight win on first point. Then they won Arches. And then they had a quick team fight win to cap point B. And then all that really the Foundry was just 2 small team fights that lasted about 30 seconds. And MME Dive had already completed the map. ZDC, like you said, needs to do something very similar. But in my opinion, I just want to see ZDC actually complete this map. Force an overtime here.
Easier said than done up against this team.
I see Axel maybe getting a little too far out there. Able to back up. Ostrix will fall. However, they will immediately trade it back out for Evergreen. So that's a fair trade in my opinion there if you're ZDC. But looks like they do not want to go back into this fight without their Brigitte.
Yeah, and Evergreen isn't going to be too slow getting back either. So it might let them get through the choke here, but it won't get them much further.
FLX high charge right now, 100% on that beam. This is something scary to be in front of right now. Just trying to melt Axo's shield there at the moment. Bino so close to getting demech'd here. Bonnie will pop that shatter there, finds two. The grab coming out from Ray Coco hasn't found anyone yet. The transcendence from Teeter coming out right now as well from ZDC. They're already down one man here. Bonnie getting kind of pestered here by a Baby Diva and the support line here for ZDC, but they'll be able to keep themselves alive with some help from their friends.
I don't know if I missed something, but I don't know how Teeter didn't actually die to that charge initially. Maybe there was a bubble that was kind of like a frame-perfect bubble that I didn't notice. Anyway, MME Dive, they have a very big grasp of this first point. I mean, yeah, a tech came in for ZDC, but that was MME's choice. They chose to be patient with it and use it as a resource so that they could re-engage.
Bomb coming out here from Bino. They try to combo here with the shatter, but actually that was a shatter from Axel. The bomb does not find anyone. FLX now using their grab here. The beat will come out here from Stretcher, and this is going to be an interesting thing here. Nothing will come from that grab there right now, but both Briggs using their rally. The bomb coming out here from Majin so they can get back into their mech. Nothing coming from that one right now. Both teams just kind of going at each other right now.
Yeah, it's a big meat fest. The shower comes out, doesn't find too much. A grab available for Ray Coco.
Oh, Axo, they are finally able to turn around here. ZDC should be able to win this first point off of this team fight right here. Already 4 members of Dive down. They're just trying to clean up the rest, but they do start worrying about playing the point. They're going to, with that kill there, Franco, stick on point.
Yeah, and unlikely to be any retouch. Either nice shatter from Axo to really seal the deal and get their team forward here in King's Row and get them the point where they can walk into second, start getting some momentum behind them, start pushing forward to try and complete this map with at least a respectable time bank. MME Dive already at that choke. They've got the grab bomb combo, and you know they're thinking about using it here in the corner.
Oh, absolutely, but you know, ZDC has it ready as well. But right now, each team is kind of poking each other out here through the arches at the moment. Each waiting for the other to make the first mistake here. IQ is trying to find anyone with this flail right now, but I really do like that MME Dive is playing arches really good right now. They're not necessarily putting themselves in a very bad spot here.
Lot of ultimates coming out here. Slow mode activated.
The bomb will not find anyone there from Majin. We do hear the transcendence coming out from Teeter. Now the grab coming out from FLX. The shatter coming out from Bonnie. Bino, though, finds 3, make it 3.5 with that bomb of their own. They find a 4th. They're on to Ray Coco. Bonnie will find a 5th. And that is a great team fight win there for MME Dive.
Yep, absolutely. That's that bomb that I was talking about. Benno Slade's coming up again beautifully for their team. And look at this. They're just hugging the spawn vortex. This is mean. This is brilliant.
This is bullying, but the shatter, it's a 6-man shatter coming out here from Axo. They're immediately able to find 3 here. They need to try to capitalize on this. Franco will fall. Benno in the worst situation of everyone here. Actually, wait, they have their mech ready to go here. They could get back in it, but they're just asking for death.
Yeah. I mean, I was talking about getting bullied. Big Brother stepped in, Axel with the shatter, and ended that ordeal. 2 minutes now, still decent on second point, but compare that to Dive, and it doesn't look as hot. You can complete this now. You are looking a bit scant on ults for both sides. Bit of a long neutral fight incoming here. Imagine close to bomb, though.
Yeah, imagine we'll be able to get that bomb up pretty fast here. Actually, hell, they're going to have it ready about right now. Honestly, Bonnie does have a shatter ready to go, so there could be really interesting team fight here, especially the longer it goes on. Bonnie and Franco both got their ultimates ready. Majin and Teeter both have theirs ready as well. But Ray Coco just got their shatter. Grab ready to go. But here comes the shatter from Bonnie. Finds a lot. Now, the Transcendence and the grab coming out here from ZDC. They're trying to find a lot. The bomb also coming out from Majin. It won't find anyone there. MME Dive doing enough to keep themselves alive here, but IQ Mighty popping that rally is the reason that happens. Evergreen gonna pop their beat as well to support everyone through this. Actually, I try to respond to Stretcher's beat there as well, but Majin will find the first one in this team fight.
The protocol for this fight has basically been, if you get your Q, you're pressing Q. I imagine most of those players were just holding Q down, waiting for the ult to come online. Now, ZDC, that's going to secure there's not going to be a touch there, another contest for MME Dive. They will be getting onto the third point, and completing the map becomes more and more likely for them. CDC, they are going to have their grav soon. FLX won't be too far behind, but the graviton isn't there for Franco and Dive's side.
Yeah, ZDC has a lot of older. The body pops a shatter of their own here. Does find a couple. Ostrix will find body. Franco will find Axo right back. So there's no Rhines on the field right now for either side. Benno has to try to use their bomb there to get back in their mech. Ostrix will not allow that to happen. And ZDC has looked really good here recently, winning a lot of team fights, keeping that momentum up.
And very crucially, they drew those 3 aggressive tank ults out during that fight, and they're getting that point around the final corner. They're in the lead in that regard, but MME Dive, they need to be rotating these 3 support ultimates perfectly.
Ooh, FLX able to find stretch. That is not what you want to see if you're a ZDC, especially so early, really away from a team fight. And look at what happens because of that. MME Dive is just slowly starting to pick off more and more members of ZDC.
Yeah, all the way back to their spawn, and it's starting to get back in control of MME Dive slowly here, especially in terms of that arsenal of ultimates being built. But look at his aggression.
I mean, you've talked about they love to touch spawn, and hey, this is the second time we have seen them touch spawn. But you have to remember what happened last time they tried to touch spawn. Axo was able to shatter all 6 of them, and look at what Axo has.
Do we have any Pink Panther music? Wait, it's the entire team? What is this?
Oh,
Don't
FLX
grab their spawn.
using a bubble just to get in. Imagine is able to eat the grab from FLX. That's huge here for ZDC. But right now, they're still stuck essentially in their own spawn. Shatter does come out from Axo, gets blocked. The beat coming out from Evergreen while the Transcendence comes out here from Teeter. Slow mode activated. Now we're back to normal. The grab coming out here from Raycoke with a bomb from Majin. It has to be huge and won't find anything there.
It's been a big, prolonged fight. No one has fallen. This is good for the defenders. Taking that time out. Benno gonna have this bomb. FLX very close to that Graviton surge. They can go for that combo if they back off here, and they're doing so quite perfectly. Final fight here, 10 seconds.
Yeah, and ZDC not having a lot of ultimates ready to go in this team fight is going to be bad for them, especially when you look at what MME Dive has. But the ultimates might not necessarily matter here. You see the flux, you see the bomb come out, it finds one, and that will be all that this one writes here for Kings Row. Teeter just going to jump off the map, and MME Dive going to go up 2-0 in this series.
Oh boy. Yeah, MME Dive, they hold in here, but it wasn't without hope for ZDC. IQ Mighty, Wikiri here, gonna get a play of the game. Swinging that mace to victory.
Yeah, I mean, the supports have actually been standing out a lot for me here. In the games that I casted on, I believe it was Friday, I didn't see a lot of supports getting kills here, but in this series so far, I've seen supports picking up kill after kill in that kill feed so often.
Yeah, I mean, it's very rare in GOATs when you have like players that really pop off enough on their role to become superstars. I mean, GOATs is just a very integral, intertwined composition. It's all about team play. So when you have players that are popping off, that's just another benefit on top. Now this is a first to 4, so MME Dive, they're halfway through completing their run to the top, and I don't think we're going to do any breaks here. I think we're just going to keep it running because these teams are thirsty, hungry for more. We'll be heading to Escort, and we've seen an array of different Escort maps. We briefly saw Circuit Royale. We saw Havana and their close holds. I probably would predict Havana again because I feel like the close holding is just very goatsy. It's a very goatsy move.
Yeah, that won't surprise me either if we go to Havana, because like you said, close holds and tight corners, small compact areas, it really fits into what the GOAT's kind of play style is. You want to have everything be very close quarters. But I'm trying to think of the other maps in the pool right now. We know Havana, we know Circuit Royale. I know what the map is, but I'm not going to say what it is just yet, Gio.
Yeah, so yeah, the payload maps are Rialto, Havana, Root, and Shambali. Sakurai wasn't on it; they just wanted to play it, which I guess kind of serves them right, considering how that ended. But yes, the next map we'll be going to is am I just that good? Yes, I am. It's Havana. I predicted it. Na, and yeah, you gotta imagine it's the close hold. You try and get those free. Basically fights as a defense, right? Now, what ZDC did well against Phantom was that they heavily staggered the Baby Diva once they defeated the close hold, which took that close hold strategy from getting 3 fights to 2 fights. And that's what really elevated ZDC's Havana play. So that's a big thing to look out for if they break the close hold and if they're able to actually capture that Baby Diva. Now,
Um,
Body's teasing us.
uh,
This is caster
wait.
bait. This is all caster bait. I ain't believing a single thing until it comes out of spawn decks.
I will bite it. I will bite that bait. Please, no, go back. I want to see something different. Just one character be different. It would be funny. It really would be.
Well, and you know what? Throwing out an anti-nade at the start of a close hold, then swapping back to Zen is not a bad idea. That might be what they're looking for.
What about Moira? Moira Orb. Never mind. Okay, well,
It's so
I mean,
defeated.
they teased us. I took the bait. I mean, even you said I shouldn't have taken it, but right now you see MME dive again. They're picking offense here first. I really do like that. They have that momentum. They want to keep it up here, and FLX already able to find structure. Axo falling here. This close hold hasn't even lasted 15 seconds, and yet already half of ZDC is out of this fight.
It's a slaughter, and yet they did have to take the Baby Diva down because of where the payload was. So, I mean, yes, very good fight for MME Dive. However, ZDC, they designed it in a way that they get multiple fights. Now, the reason they're going up on this rotation is to basically counteract the fact that ZDC are going to want to take this high ground and then fall from the top of it.
Yeah, and you see, like, MME Dive, perfect spot for what you said. Like, as ZDC wants to bring this fight up here, IQ able to knock down Stretcher there. And again, the shadow coming out here from Bonnie, I don't think finds anyone there, but it won't necessarily matter as MME Dive already taking care of 2 of the 3 tanks here for ZDC and now 2 of the 3 supports.
Oh my lord, how is the Brigida being the pop-off player for MME Dive? I mean, IQ's in the name and they're playing very smart. Some scouting going on here. There will be a third contestant, FLX, looking for that grab. You gotta know they're somewhere in the rafters.
The rally coming out here from IQ slow mode is activated here at the moment. Majin though gonna get demech'd here, and now the grab comes out from FLX. Transcendence coming out here from Tina trying to keep everyone alive, but the bomb from Benno finds 3 yet again, and it's just Teeter all by themselves after they're done with that Transcendence.
I can never have enough of the Benno bomb because I want to actually see a graphic or some sort of edit of how many bomb kills Benno Slays has had because it's ungodly. They've had quad kills, triple kills all throughout the bracket. It's been a beautiful sight to see.
Yeah, and now, I mean, MME Dive picking up right where they left off from Kings Row, really not stopping the bomb from Majin coming out here to try to just get back in their mech. Ray Coco will use their grab as well, and look at this, they're finally able to find one member of MME Dive here. They do find IQ. Transcendence does come out from Franco, however, it does not keep IQ alive there. The beat also being invested here by Stretcher Kalen, able to find Bonnie here, and now ZDC finally winning a team fight here, might be able to kind of snowball this into a couple more team fight wins.
Yeah, ZDC taking some control there, and is what they needed, especially for the momentum of the match, just to kind of put some stopping power into MME Dive's push. And MME Dive looking for a right side flank. Axo a little bit ahead in this current shatter. Could be what ZDC needs, given that they're behind on grab and bomb. They just need an early shatter.
Yeah, and MME Dive wants to bring this fight to the high ground right there. They have to know Axel has this shatter ready, but the grab coming out, I thought the grab came out, but no. Actually, no, yeah, now the grab does come out here from FLX. Slow-mo activated there, but no one falling from that right there. The bomb coming out from Benno will find access. So that Shatter pretty much gone from this team fight. MMA Dive is a great opportunity here to try to clean up this team fight and get back to pushing.
Oh. Another grab comes out. It's a slugfest.
The bomb coming out from Majin will not find anyone. Franco using that transcendence perfectly there. The shatter coming out from Bonnie. Ray Coco actually able to kind of escape that one there by falling off of that high ground. However, FLX will not let them live, but now Axel pops their shatter. It finds 3. The beat coming out from Evergreen will keep everyone alive here for the moment. And actually, it'll be Bonnie finding Axo.
This is a slobber knocker match, but Dive, they just know how to get their heels dug in and go strong in fights where they maybe lose their Lucio first. And let's be honest, it's happening a few times. Maybe the weakness in the armor right now is Evergreen being a little bit too exposed to take damage, and that's what's being exploited by the ZDC in a lot of these moments. Oh, they didn't even come through to contest.
Actually, FLX used their grab there to kind of prevent them from doing it. So a nice, good offensive, defensive grab there. IQ will find Ray Coco here. And IQ, I mean, I want to talk about IQ a little bit here. Got the play of the game in the first 2 games. Is doing a lot for their team here. Picked up the first 2 kills in this team fight here. And look at what it does to ZDC. It forces them to completely fall back to their spawn. And we're going to see Emily touch the spawn here.
Have you ever seen such aggression on 3rd Point Havana? The payload isn't even on the bridge yet.
Majin, though, trying to take care of one. Evergreen able to escape with their life. Bonnie not letting Teeter play here. Majin gonna be able to actually keep themselves on the map there. I thought they might have accidentally just flown off to the great beyond.
Well, their DMAC there have to use the bomb. Meanwhile...
you know, Benno's just in the car listening to his favorite music at the moment. They're fine. The grab coming out here from Ray Coco will trap a couple, and FLX will find Axo there. The bomb coming out from Benno here, trying to find anyone with it, but no, it's Flex or FLX still going in here at the moment.
And there's Stretcher trying to just contest the point and try and make something out of nothing, but unfortunately, MMA Dive, they're uncontested, unrelenting, unmoving at the spawn of Havana 3rd Point.
Yeah, and I mean, ZDC is coming back with some ultimates. They're going to pop the rally here to get everything started. FLX does have a grab ready to go. The shatter coming out from Axel will not find anyone here. That could come back to bite them if they cannot follow up on anything. But Evergreen able to find Stretcher here. A huge pick for MMA Dive as they look to finish out Havana.
Rally comes up as well to secure the push. Defense are completely taken apart. I don't even know if there's a retouch here.
I mean, Majin is still there. They're going to try to keep themselves alive as long as they can. Maybe Stretcher comes right back up, but the grab from FLX comes out just to deny anyone coming out of that right side door. And MMA Dive going to be able to compete Havana with 1 minute, 50 seconds left in their time bank.
Yeah, and I mean, 2nd Point was looking very contested both ways, but that 3rd Point there was some of the most dominant 3rd Point Havana attack. I think, no, the most dominant 3rd Point Havana attack I've ever seen. They were at their spawn from the start of it to the end of it. Like, that doesn't happen on Havana. It's not meant to happen. But the gods of goats here, which is MMA Dive, they're able to bring it together. Now, it's not without hope. ZDC can definitely get something done here. We've seen they're not afraid to take apart close holds just as much as Dive did there. So that's what they're hoping. They need to really dig deep here, because if they lose this map, then it's a complete reverse sweep that they would need to be able to win out in this tournament.
I mean, it's not impossible to have that happen, a reverse sweep, come back and win, but ZDC definitely needs to show us a little bit something here than what we've seen more, or needs to show us a little bit more than what we've been seeing from them. Yeah, I thought Kings Row was a good step up for them, and I think at points that defense was a good step up from them as well. However, they need to show something here on their push phase, or push round here, to prove that they can keep up with MMA Dive.
They really need to dig deep, get their heels dug in.
Benno actually getting demeched here. That's huge for ZDC. Bonnie, though, gonna try to keep this fight going. Ray Coco highly charged, just putting in out a lot of damage, but FLX gonna shut them down there. And IQ able to find Axo here again. IQ just able to find kill after kill here on this Brigitte.
It's funny that FLX sounds like an airport because they know when to take off when needed, and they really kind of saved that fight for their team there that lost the mech.
Evergreen in the back line here and causing a good distraction because look at that, 3-4 members of ZDC falling right after that.
They were their most comfortable decks, and that's right up against an enemy spawn. I swear they get an aura buff from enemy spawns, this team. They love it so much.
Shatter comes out, does hit for, I believe, the bomb coming out from Bino as well, but Bino whoop on KLN there. Bino now coming in. They actually don't have their bomb ready, but FLX gonna find Axel here. And again, they're just forcing ZDC to sit in their spawn here.
Yes, and you know, even if CDC are able to break this eventually, it's all about draining that time bank. And when you're up against 2 minutes on Havana, every minute counts, every second counts.
Shatter comes out here from Axel, does not find anyone. The beats coming out from both Lucio's, the bomb and the grab coming out here from MME Dive, the bomb coming out, the grab coming out from Ray Coco. Benno be able to find anyone with their bomb here? They won't, but Majin does. They find two. Axel finds two more, and this is exactly what CDC needed here.
Absolutely, and they take control, and well, they actually get a little bit of a stagger. That might be worth it, but I don't think it'll be enough to really stop the second of 3 fights happening here. And it's going to be a big out fight. MME Dive, they're going to swing in with this rally, and Bonnie, they are going to have the shatter. Axel, not far away from it though, so they can contest it. It's just about how much value they get from IQ's rally right now.
Yeah, and they do pop that one there to keep themselves alive here, but you immediately see IQ, they love being aggressive, just like this team. The shatter comes out from Bonnie, does hit 3 as we go in the slow mode here. Majin gonna get demech. Tita will lose their life from it. Now the shatter comes out from Axel, does not find anyone, and it's again, we've seen this happen time after time. Axel will use their shatter, not find anyone, and the rest of their team will die.
90 seconds remaining. They're already below the time bank. The enemy Dive completed the map, and it's looking dire. ZDC are struggling here on, again, their map pick.
Grab coming out here from Ray Coco. They're desperately trying to get anyone here. They will find Bonnie. Benno here will probably pop their bomb here, maybe to get back in their mech. They're gonna be able to, but look at this, Evergreen and IQ actually picking up the slack here. FLX gonna invest their grab into this one, even down a couple members here. The Transcends will come out from Teeter to keep everyone alive, but FLX still alive at the moment. This is very scary for ZDC.
Yeah, I think ZDC are gonna be able to kind of clean things up. FLX taking it out. If anyone's gonna take them out, it's gonna be themselves there. And there's gonna be a recontest yet again. And you're looking at heavy alt fight here. The Transcendence, however, from Dive is available, where Teeter does not have theirs on ZDC, so you don't have as strong as a sustain as your opponent right now.
The bomb coming out here from Benno will not find anyone. The beat is the response to that from ZDC here. KLN will find Bonnie, so maybe this is actually going to work out for ZDC here. MME Dive did use their beat as well, and ZDC does have a couple ultimates they could use right here. Imagine actually just going to throw their bomb up in the air. Not going to be able to find anyone with that one. Ray Coco, though, will get rid of the mech there for Benno. Stretcher does find Evergreen, and like I said, ZDC continues to just win team fights here. It's in overtime, but they have a numbers advantage at the moment.
So overtime, but I think Dive, they have conceded there, and they are going to set up for second point. And ZDC, they're holding in. That's what they really have there. They're holding in, and they need to continue to hold in, push through, get through Dive, who are so aggressive, and maybe try and find that weakness again that they were finding when Evergreen was maybe taking a little bit too much damage. Look at the aggression of the Lucio.
The grab here coming out from Ray Coco will force out the Transcendence from Franco to keep everyone alive. So that grab, it does do what it's probably meant to do there. Get rid of that Transcendence for Franco. The shatter coming out from Axo doesn't find anyone again, but the shatter from Bonnie only finds KLN, I believe. No one dying just yet. Evergreen will find Axo. IQ finds the Brig duel there onto KLN. The bomb, though, from Majin does find Evergreen and the mech there for Benno.
It's a very sloppy, but I think the defense are just about holding in there. And, well, they don't hold in. They press W. I'm so sorry to imagine that they would stop pressing W for yet a moment.
Yeah, but sometimes it's actually good to hit that S-button. Oh, the grab and the bomb coming out here. It won't find anyone, I believe, there. But, hey, it did force out the Transcendence there from Teeter. MMA Dive still just trying to keep up this aggressive hold here on defense right now. However, IQ falling there might not be the best thing you want to see if you're MMA Dive. They have been doing so much for their team.
Every win is hard fought, and you can see them just getting through it. And, well, they have to invest a beat there, unfortunately. They would have preferred to have that in the upcoming fight. It's going to be the one to secure second point. Now, they do have a Graviton Surge. However, Enemy Dive ready with their Transcendence. Teacher will get theirs as well, just as FLX will get their Grav. So it's going to be about who can get the best out of this Grav when the Transcendence is used. You want to try and get the bomb. Benno is very close to it at 70-80%.
Yeah, I see you team, but here comes the grab actually from ZDC. It will be respond here with the Transcendence and the grab from MMA Die, but actually Majin able to eat FLX's grab there. Shadow coming out here from Axo will find 3, but the beat coming out from Evergreen will keep everyone MMA alive here for the moment. No one has died just yet. Majin throwing that bomb up there in that small room will not be able to find anyone. Benno immediately goes straight to point, and now Axel is in a bad spot. FLX will take care of them. The bomb coming out from Benno. Will it find anyone here? It won't, but Franco will find Callahan.
It's looking tough. It's overtime. Dive have control of this one. ZDC need a miracle.
And, oh, the shatter from Bonnie just denies Majin life. Teeter will fall there, and MMA Dive one map away from being the grand champions of the GOATS tournament here.
Oh, wow. They're really earning their play. Oh, they don't get to celebrate. They're in the bucket. Here's another Benno bomb for you. I believe this one was it? Yeah, it was the triple kill and then the 4th follow-up there. Incredible. Just straight up incredible stuff. Like, they have that combination down to a T. That probably the most consistent pop-off combo that I've seen in the alt setups with any of the teams. Now, it's 3-0. I've emptied my bucket of expressions of how difficult things can be. I've used Helm's Deep, I've used everything there is, but truly ZDC, they are up against the wall, and there is going to be a short break, and after it we will see if ZDC can start to climb back or if MMA Dive are going to secure the kill on push. Don't go anywhere, folks. The climax of this grand finals will be after this break.
I'm not crazy, Malin. I'm not crazy, Malin. I'm just being an
Water is the softest and most yielding substance, yet nothing is better than water for overcoming the hard and rigid, because nothing can compete with it. Lao Tzu.
Name straight, new wave. Name straight, new wave.
It's time to conclude what we've all been watching. Can MMA Dive complete their dominance over the bracket and end this grand finals with a 4-0, or will ZDC begin the unbelievable journey, the unthinkable journey of a reverse sweep? Well, Dex will be heading to push to find out, as we'll be going to Esperanza as our potential final map of this entire bracket.
Yeah, potential it could be. And honestly, from what we've seen from MMA Dive, I mean, the scoreboard makes it seem like a lot closer than what it really has been this series. I will give the scoreboard that MMA Dive has been the more dominant team throughout our first 3 maps so far. I will give ZDC a lot of credit. They have shown up at some points, and MMA Dive has always been able to kind of respond back pretty well.
Yeah, and MMA Dive are really giving no quarter. They're giving no mercy. They are in this for blood. They are in this to prove that they are the best team at Goats. That they, despite their name of Dive, are the brawl team to beat.
Hey, that name was just a smokescreen. That was just to confuse people. Maybe go a little bit easy on them, and it's worked out so far for them. But right now, grand finals up 3-0, only need to win one more map and they're champions. I mean, yeah, you're absolutely right. They are by far a brawl goats team.
But you can never count out the challenger. ZDC, they have fought their way through the loser bracket to get to here. They beat the contenders, the close contenders of Phantom in your area. And now, well, can they change the narrative again? Can they change the script, flip the script, and make it so ZDC wins it here in Esperanza? Well, it's a tough road, but it's a road that they need to travel because it's match point here in the grand finals.
Yeah, both these teams, actually, it looks like MMA Dive is going to try to play all the way around to the ZDC side here. And ZDC not expecting that. We're expecting a lot what we saw when they played Phantom in your city right there, when they went up to a face-to-face here at the bot.
Ooh.
But ZDC firing the early 2 picks here and onto 2 big characters here for MMA Dive.
Yeah, a big carousel rotation from MMA Dive does not quite work in their favor, as Teeter is the one to open up. Zenyatta's have been unleashed in this tournament, and we've seen them really open up fights a lot of the time, and it's exactly what you want to see. ZDC getting off to a good start here. Axo closer to Shatter than Bonnie. Bonnie will get it fast, so you might want to see Axo utilize the Shatter quickly.
Yeah, but look at Evergreen, because they died so early in that team fight, not even 30% away to their beat right now. Stretcher already at 90. The Shatter does come out from Axo, does find 2. No one dying just yet, but Axo again will somehow die off the back of their own Shatter that actually finds a couple members of MMA Dive. And look at what this does to ZDC right now. They're trying to use the bot again as a good little barrier. However, Benno will find Teeter. Majin does find 1, but that might be all that ZDC gets this team fight.
Yeah, I think it was the charge follow-up from Axo's Shatter that maybe took them a bit deep, whether they got booped or whipped away into the opposing team's controlled area. And now Benno plays in a position I didn't know existed.
What?
Hello?
Wait, what? This is a spot?
I didn't know, and it's legal as well by the looks of it. He's actually standing.
From the top rope, comes down, really doesn't do a lot there. Immediately gets booped back there by Kale, and Bonnie does have a shatter ready to go. They do use it. The beat coming out here from everyone to keep everyone alive. Bonnie will find Axo. Their stretchers beat a little bit too late to save Axo. There, the grab coming out here from FLX. The Transcendence being responded here from Teeter. Kale and will fall. And MME Dive again, just looking to clean up this team fight already and force ZDC back.
Yes, and you see better players being careful as well not to go too far in without their team. And now look at this, their hunger in their eyes. Why are you guys even here at this point in the push map? They're definitely looking to secure this forward spawn, especially by taking out the resources of CDC so early. CDC, they really need to be quick if they want to prevent that forward spawn unlocking. They have the grab, they have the bomb available to do so.
Oh, bomb grab comes out here from Benno. Does not find anyone, but IQ, Mighty, and Flex. IQ going in, finding 3. Majin will find 2 here, but it won't matter at the end of the day.
Wow. Woo. Really had us thinking. Oh, that fire strike at the end was, ooh, chef's kiss. And they have unlocked their forward spawn. It's now become a whole lot harder for CDC to win this one, as they need to be winning 2 fights in a row to try and get back into the lead here.
Yeah, and ZDC invested a lot into that last team fight as well and didn't have much to say for it. The shadow coming out here from both Ryans. They both find 2. The beat coming out here from ME Dive. Teeter will use that Transcendence here early, keep everyone alive for ZDC because they did not want this team fight to end as fast as the last one did. Bindo will shut down Axo. They're Evergreen finding KLN. And again, MME Dive just already looking to clean up this fight.
They are not, even in this final map, they're not getting cocky either. You'd think that some teams, after winning 3 maps in a row, would get cocky, but MME Dive, no. They're just keeping it consistent, keeping it going.
Beat coming out here from Stretcher early, as they did not want to lose anyone too early in this engagement right now. Rally coming out here from IQ, Mighty. Majin gonna get DMX here. Same thing with Benno, but Bonnie finding 1. IQ, Mighty actually will fall there to Teeter. The Transcendence coming out here from Teeter now, and Franco as well. And look at this, Benno has their next target selected. They're trying to get rid of Rikoko. The shatter from Axo doesn't find anyone. And again, it's Bonnie finding Axo.
They are looking to end this one with an exclamation mark, and they are on track to do so. I think Bonnie just charged deep in. I'm not really sure what they are or how they're even alive right now, but they get healed up. Beat ready from Evergreen. Stretcher not quite there yet.
The beat will come out from Evergreen to keep Benno in their mech right there. Bonnie getting incredibly low. Franco might have to use their Transcendence to keep them alive, but with Bonnie falling back there, they're going to be able to keep themselves alive. Bomb coming out here from Majin in that back line. It's not going to be able to find anyone, but here comes the grab from FLX, the beat, and the Transcendence coming out from ZDC to keep everyone alive here. The Transcendence will also be responded here by MME Dive. The shatter, though, from Bonnie is huge. It finds 4. 2 already fall there. The bomb from Benno does not find anyone other than Majin's mech, but it doesn't matter as that kill feed is lighting up the way of MME Dive.
The robot is storming their way down the final hurdle. It's almost there at the end. The panic from ZDC, the charge out. Can they even touch?
No.
No, they cannot. As MME Dive, the most aggressive, the most spawn-hugging, the most dominant team in this bracket, they take the mantle. And they don't take it lightly. They take it with fury, they take it with strength, and they take it with that aggression that we've seen them have the entire way here to the grand finals. Congratulations to the players there of MME Dive.
Yeah, congratulations to MME Dive. Also, congratulations to ZDC here. They made it all the way to here with an incredible losers run bracket. Nothing to scoff at there for them. It just seemed like they ran into an unbeatable force here with MME Dive.
Yeah, and there was no relenting from MME Dive here. It seemed like whatever lesson they learned against Phantom, they took it to heart because they were not letting a single map drop here. They wanted to end it with more than just a win. They wanted to end it with a statement. And, well, let me tell you, The statement has been made. And yeah, we are very far behind schedule here in
Yeah.
EU because of that very long winners bracket into losers bracket match. But hell, MMA Dive, they knew that, so they sped it up for us, and that is the grand final winners. Congratulations again to MMA Dive. Now, the broadcast will be heading on to the NA games as I'll be heading out, but Dex, I believe you're sticking in, so we will see more GOATS action and heading into NA brackets after this break. Don't go anywhere, folks, as the NA region gets ready for GOATS.
Name straight, new age. Name straight, new age. Name straight, new age. Yo. Cash and the ticket is yours. Cash and the ticket is yours. Yo. Cash and the ticket is yours. Cash and the ticket is yours. Cash and the ticket is yours. Yo. Cash and the ticket is yours. Yours. Got lots of love. Love. Got lots of love. Love. 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 Got lots of love. Love.
Feel my heart, it's beat tight. All my body's breathing, it's just you and me. Feel my heart, it's beat tight. All my body's breathing, it's just you and me. I'm so caught in this, we're so lost deep in it, can't stop. I'm forever the one you call. Let's free fall. I'm so caught in this, we're so lost deep in it, can't stop. I'm forever the one you call. Let's free fall. Let's free fall. Let's free fall. Let's
Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side, my love. You say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. You say you wanna cry, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. I don't know what you want. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side, my love. You say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. You say you
Memories. Memories.
All right, welcome back, everyone. Here we're now going over to the NA side here in our Console Goats tournament. Right now, we have the losers finals of the Felons versus England is my city. Again, I am Dextron. I am now joined though by Soaf. Man, how are you doing tonight?
I've been watching these games on the side, and these have been it has been quite a bit of goats going on here, needless to say. And this is actually quite a grudge match I'm excited to see. Last time England is my city saw the Felons, they they captured the Felons and jailed them up into losers bracket. So this rematch, I think there's a lot on the line, and this, being that it's play-in for the finals, I think makes this all the sweeter and makes this all the much more enjoyable once we actually get into the action.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you said, a grudge match between these two teams here. England and my city coming out on top in that last time they made each other in their first real game in the knockoff in the bracket here. You can see it right there. England and my city able to beat them 2-1. The Felons, though, ever since dropping down, have only dropped one map here, so they're coming in pretty hot right now. While England is my city is having to recover from, I believe it was a 2 or 3-0 loss to purple team in the winners
like a 3-0. Finals. Yeah, it looks like a 3-0 up there. And I mean, that's not saying anything against England as my city here, because purple team has been an absolute tour de force here. They are probably we're going to see them in the finals themselves. And we were talking about it in between, is that they haven't dropped a map. Like, they really just haven't. So you kind of know what's looming around the corner, and I think even just making it to that finals is good. But as we go in, I mean, this is pretty much what I expected it to see. It hasn't really changed much of anything from any of this. The Zens are still there, and I'm still waiting for my Winston, but I know I will be waiting until time ends. So we're just gonna have to see on control point here who gets there first, because this positioning and where to take these fights is gonna be the most important part.
Yeah, hanging in to control center here. Normally you would see teams want to go up for this high ground. Looks like England is my city wants to go straight to the point and force the Felons to come fight them on this point. It's exactly what the Felons are going to do right now. Cryo trying to get as much damage in here on that Brigitte right now, but Cryo doing a good job just holding up that shield, swinging a hammer when they can. Each team's basically playing around this pillar here in the center of the point, as a Sand will find the first kill here on a Cheeto Chomper.
That's a huge opening pick, especially because Brig is most of the initial damage, so they'll have to give this up, and England City will get that first cap. The Shatter gets thrown in, but it's blocked, though, and I think this is still going to be something they're going to try to fight.
Yeah, but with Achilles falling there and then Nico falling after that, they're going to want to try to get out. Sun was a little bit too far behind the rest of their team, will be taken out there. But that was something we saw a lot in the EU Grand Finals. Shatters would come out, get blocked, or even potentially find members of the other team. However, it was normally a lot of time the other team was actually able to come back in and win those team fights.
Yeah, those kinds of disengages and re-engages, especially when cover has become so much more important in this comp, really does make the difference here. Felons have Trance, they have 5 ultimates up versus England, but England has all 6. They just need to, it's just going to come down to who saves it and uses it last here.
Cryo uses their Shatter there, finds 5. The beat from Lunch a little bit too late to save Nico and Cheeto there. Achilles will fall as well, and England is my city, already forcing the Felons to go back to spawn.
You know, they did have all of them, but if you can win it with just Shatter, that's some pretty incredible value, honestly. That's one fight off of that does so much going into this. So now they'll have 4 going into this on that 50% marker for England is my city. They'll get Trance out early, too, is a huge start.
Grabs coming out from both sides, bombs and trances coming out as well from both sides. Neither of them finding anything. Kermie will use their beat here to keep everyone supported through this one and allow England is my city to fall back. And Crymelt, though, not able to fall back fast enough. Achilles does pop their Shatter here, does find 2. Ascend will fall off the back of that. Cryo, though, will find Sun, keeping England in is my city alive in this team fight, as they still do have 2 supports there on point. But with Cryo falling there, J-Wiz is not going to be much longer, and it's only up to really Kermie at this moment, but they will eventually be taken out.
It's just in the nick of time, honestly. I mean, it's still basically one fight. If England's my city gets us back, they may be able to squeak in one last fight, but it's still quite a tour to go on there. Felons have a lot to go with and not much to push with. The Diva may or may not have that ultimate, but they do have Sound Barrier, and they are going to be playing from behind. That Sound Barrier is going to be their only thing to keep this fight going longer.
Shatter from Cryo does come out. It finds only 2 members to beat from lunch. They get it. They use it as soon as they get it here to keep everyone supported in this one. Now the rally coming out here from Cryo, but Cryo already out of this one. But Cryo able to find a trade there onto Cheeto Chomper might allow England by City to get back into this one. Grab coming out here from Nico. The Transcendence coming out from Ascend to respond to that grab there. Nothing coming from it either way right now.
It's quite a tough playing. That late trance is going to cost them, though. They need to win this fight and close it out.
Achilles does have a Shatter ready to go here, waiting for Cryo just to drop that shield. Willy Weave does pop their grab there. I don't know how many people it captures, and I don't think it captures anyone there from the Felons. The bomb coming out from Achilles. From J-Wiz will find Achilles here with a nice stun from, I believe, Crime Out. J-Wiz will find Sci-Fi as well, and England is my city, just forcing the Felons here to just W key back towards their spawn.
Yeah, no S is bound here, and unfortunately they will get one last shot into this. There's just Sound Barrier and Rally up for England, so I mean that's quite a bit of longevity. Felons don't have much to break into this except for the Rally and a Shatter of their own, so they're gonna have to use the speed aggressively here just to even get the touch. They're gonna be playing from behind the 8-ball here.
Rally coming out here early from Crime Out. Cryo does have a Shatter ready to go here. So does Achilles. It's going to come down to whose Shatter can find more value here. The Shatter, though, from Cryo does find 2, and they're immediately able to turn that into 3 kills, and no one from the Felons able to touch point in time. England's my city will take this first point.
Yeah, unfortunately, that was just a doomed last shot from the Felons. They had to try to get there to leave and make the touch, and being behind the resources in those micro cooldowns in Goats just is exponentially more punishing as you come into this. So, I mean, Submat 2, England is my city, still looking pretty handed, looking to make it 2-0 versus the Felons in the overall picture. I don't think either of these teams are going to make any of these changes. I'm still, kind of waiting to see if anybody decides to swap in the Ana full time, but it doesn't look like it. And the other thing that stood out to me is that the divas here, J-Wiz has been putting in so much work, and finding value with a self-destruct is something that you really shouldn't be doing, but the fact that J-Wiz has been able to find value with self-destruct, placing them in plays where the Ryan can't get that shield up, has really gotten the value for England as my city.
Yeah, we saw a lot of good Diva Bombs comboed with grabs in the EU Grand Finals there, so I would not be surprised if we see that here as well, but J-Wiz just trying to get a lot of distraction, or a lot of focus put on him, but however, Kermie instead playing a little bit too far forward here, gets taken out by Nico, and look what this does to England's my city. Forces them to fall back. Cryo gets charged and then rocketed to death. Crime Out and Witty Weave both falling as well, and the Felons will be able to cap point first here on Gardens.
Yeah, once Ryan's out, it's basically over for now, and Nico will hold on to the ever-important Zarya charge going into this. Already 81 to a grab means that they have the ability to play this a little bit more aggressively. If they're tracking well, they know that most of those support ultimates are not up, just that Rally on the opposing side, and they should be able to take advantage of that. Again, just playing aggressively for Felons, committing those ults sooner than later should give them an advantage and keep this point in check.
Yeah, I think England is my city to try to come from the side room right here. But look at the Felons. Like I said, they have some ultimates right now that should be able to basically stop England is my city from doing anything here. Still will find Crime Out. The grab coming out from Nico here. The Transcendence coming out from Ascend, trying to keep England is my city in this one. But the Shatter coming out from Achilles will find 2. The bomb from Sci-Fi finds 3. Make it 4 there with Achilles taking care of J-Wiz.
That, that shouldn't. I was really shouting out these divas and saying, like, look, this is one of those places you can get the unexpected value from these diva bombs, and that's exactly it. You can't allow these divas to find that value and just continue to change the game in that way. That's kind of a fundamental of Golds that is just going to punish, and I mean, England's getting punished for it. They'll have all their ultimates on board, though. They'll miss Trance and Barrier, so quicker fights work in their favor, and an early pick on a Sun is even bigger.
Yeah, they need to try to go in on this right now. No Transcendence could be huge for England my city. It will lose Ascent as well. However, Achilles getting knocked out. Remember, we've talked about it. If the Rhine falls out of a fight early, that's pretty much the team fight done and dusted, and that's exactly what happened here. Once the Felons lost their Rhine, they just backed out of it.
There's no world you can take that fight. There's just no world you can take it and win and come out on top. So it was the right call to make. They'll get the flip here, and I think at 72, you're pretty okay with that, honestly. You do have, if you're the Felons, all 3 of your support ultimates, so longer fight in your favor, but getting caught out like that is not the way to start it.
Yeah, but still, the Transcendence will come out here from Sun to keep everyone alive for the moment. Achilles will find J-Wiz. Here comes the grab from Witty Wee, but still no follow-up yet from England is my city to beat, being invested here by Kermit as well to try to keep themselves alive. However, now the grab comes out from Nico, and look what happens because those support ultimates came out early, but Kermie finds two. That might keep them in this one. However, I believe it's just one member. Now you see Jay Wiz coming back against 4 members of the Felons on point.
Oh gosh, this is getting into desperate moments. We should have given this out. The Diva's gonna get staggered here. Not as long as it could have been, but yeah, it's not where you really wanted to be taking that. Unfortunately, you'll be fine with it. But I really just wanted to see a reset here. This is not worth the scrappy fight.
I mean, they did get up to 56%. That is something, but like you said, it probably was not worth essentially just kind of feeding the ultimates there for the Felons.
I don't think it was worth it. I think you'd rather have a clean 6, come into this, just win the fight, because now Felons, with that, it means that it's going to take even longer to regroup, and now we're definitely into last fight territory. England is My City only has Rally and Bomb up. They have to make an aggressive move here.
Well, the aggressive move there is the bomb.
Oh, that's a good move.
It won't find anything, but Jay Wiz is going to get booped off the map there by Lunch. These Lucios so far have been playing hyper aggressive. I love to see it. Cryo falls out of the fight, and now the Felons is trying to end this one here and now. Crymount falls. There's still one member of England is My City on point. It is Kermie, but they'll only be able to survive so long. The grab does come out here from Witty Weave to try to have anything happen here for England's My City, but Witty Weave falls. I think it's really just up to Jay Wiz at the moment. They're doing a good job, but Cryo gets flailed off the map.
Nope, not going to be the case, unfortunately, so we'll go to the full distance here. And I mean, this pit sacrifices aside, a very solid-looking defense and turnaround from the Felons. They just looked like a different team. It looked like they really understood where they wanted to take those fights and got control of it. I don't believe Ascend is going to stay in this Moira. I had to assume that was just the last second kind of a flip, and that feels right. Yeah, they're going to go back up. We saw Moira in earlier on day 1 over there and Friday, but it was just like it just hasn't worked since the initial launches of Goats. So I do think this is the best it's going to be for right now, and it's really just going to come down to, with no Symmetra teleporters, where do we decide to take this fight? It's probably going to be in the open mid, but whoever kind of gets this, positional advantage and gets their cooldowns online faster after these initial bursts is going to come out on top.
Yeah, but it looks like England's My City wants to try to force this fight to point here, and that is actually a good idea. They want to try to just bunker down on point. The Felons now have to just be at the mercy of these choke points.
Yeah, I mean, especially given this coverage now, it's so hard to just break into this. Achilles can't even get past this. They have to try to use this natural cover and find an isolation, and they do manage to find one.
Yeah, now they're just trying to get their way in here, but England is My City. Crymount will be able to find Achilles there. That's the Rhine, and look at that. We've talked about already so much this in one map. You lose the Rhine, you get out of the fight. Nico not able to escape fast enough. Gonna kind of stagger them out here a little bit.
Yeah, that is the big chunk of your damage out. Nico holding onto that. Had high charge, unfortunately unable to capitalize on it though. So England and My City, most of their ultimates up. They're feeling in a pretty good spot. They'll just have to set the pace of this, and again, just try to deny and close these fights out quicker. The longer that goes for Felons, they'll get more online.
Shatter coming out here from Cryo will find 4. The Transcends though from Sun will try to keep everyone alive here. The beat coming out from Kermie to respond to that right now. The Shatter coming out from Achilles will only find Witty Weave here, and Cryo will find the first one here on the Cheeto Chopper. For now, the grab coming out here from Nico. Lunch will find Cryo here to even stuff out here, but at the moment, the Felons might actually have the advantage here, especially with Sci-Fi finding that bomb kill onto the Weave.
I mean, that late trance from Ascend was a little ambitious, and probably wish you had saved that instead, but I appreciate at least dying quickly for it. The Lucio will stall it out for the last bit, but yeah, that throwing in that trance was a little bit questionable. You probably would have wanted that for the retake. It's your only support ultimate. Now you're basically stuck at 0. Witty Weeb has that grab, but it's grab shatter. You're not making it through the sound barrier alone. You're gonna have to kind of play this slow and grind out your resources if you're England is My City, because you have the time advantage, and that's the only kind of resource you have to spend here.
Yeah, and you mean to see Cryo get the charge in there, and they're almost losing their life here, but they're going to be supported. Witty Weave does use the grab here. The Shatter does come out from Cryo as well, but the beat coming out from Lunch to keep everyone from the Felon support. And now the grab coming out from Nico here. Yep. Sun finds 2. The bomb from Jaywiz or Sci-Fi does not find anything there, but the Felons already doing what they need to do in this team fight.
Yeah, it was over the second those two from Sun came through, and truly the art of war closing it out there. This was a dry push anyways for England is My City, so I don't think you're too mad about that. The problem is now you've rebuilt Ascend's Transcendence, but there's nothing to really go into it. You have an answer to something, and it's going to have to be Shatter. or rally, you don't have any aggressive tools to really win the fight. So again, there has to be something made in these slow pushes just to get them the rest of the way here.
Yeah, look at Nico, already 99% to another grab here. Cryo able to find Sun here. You know, the grab going to come out here from Nico as well. This is going to probably be another quick team fight here for the Felons. Actually, the Transcendence coming out from Ascend then. Crymel will find Achilles, but I'm kind of questioning some of the things that England My City is doing here.
Yeah, they're really committing into a lot of these so late. It did work out in their favor, to their credit, and that's just the GOAT's way. Is the later you use ultimates, the better it works out in your favor. They'll get the flip here. Can't really afford to lose it. They'll have 2 ults up on their own. Sound barrier across for Lunch and Kermi. Achilles does have Shatter. It's gonna have to be used probably a bit more defensively here. You have 2 defensive ult ups to go with it, so I expect Felons to play and try to bait a trap out of this and try to wait for the error to capitalize on.
Yeah, Widowweave, though, does have this grab ready to go. And they could use it exactly how Nico used it, right here at the middle of these 2 choke points right here. The Shadow will come out. Only hits Jaywiz. Kermi will pop their beat here to keep them alive through. Now the beat coming out from Lunch as well. Here comes the grab, but the Transcendence coming out from Sun and trying to keep everyone alive through this one. Sci-Fi will get out of their mech. Jaywiz's bomb will find Lunch. Sci-Fi down as well. The Shatter from Cryo finds a couple there. And England Is My City is going to win Lijiang Tower off of that team fight.
Ooh, well deserved. I mean, that well-placed grab put them in quite the position to capitalize on it. The Rhine can't block the D.Va bomb if they don't really have access to it, if they're on one side of the wall. So, yeah, a lot of this does come to architecture. Oh, this is going to be that double boop. This is that double boop. It's going to be from map 2. Yeah, maybe? Yep. Yeah, it's going to be here. Yeah, there's a sound barrier, and expect 2 coming in a second off of this. Yeah, because they're trying to capitalize on it. Beautifully done. Yep, there it is. Too late. It's the consolation boop, I guess, and that's the kind of best you can hope for in that. England Is My City, just want to run it back. They looked very strong there. It was a bit of a toss-up on both of those submaps, but it's really, it's still a bit of a toss-up. It's coming down to these, as always, who is using their ultimates last? Who is making sure they get the full value of their ultimates? You have to make sure that Trance denies that value from the grab, but you also have to make sure that, your Rhine stays up so they can block D.Va Bomb. Otherwise, D.Va Bomb is just free value, and you can't allow divas to find free value there.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And like you said, this is pretty much a toss-up of a series here at the moment. Yeah, England Is My City able to win that first one. You don't know what our second map of this series is, though. And what a shock.
It was never going to be anything else. It was never going to be anything else.
Yeah, it was
don't even try to sell this. It's just King's Row. Have you seen anybody play anything else here? Let me ask you this. Have you seen anybody else play anything besides King's Row?
Actually, I think I did.
Oh, well.
I think I did on Friday. I think someone played. I'm trying to think of what they played.
Is it like Blizzard World or something? Because that was
Nambani.
Nambani.
Was it Nambani? I think it was.
What
Nambani.
In the name of our glorious goat overlords was that choice? Either way, we are going to everybody's favorite King's Row, as to be expected. So, it's just basically to be expected. I don't even know why we ask with the teams anymore. Most of them will want to go. And at this point, this is the map that Scrim, everybody, especially on GOATs, you scrimmed it, you know it. This is, to be expected. But this is also at the same time a test in that reason, who does have the superior positioning, who it does have that kind of ultage. Because if you can win on King's Row, this is the most scrimmed, this is the most understood map for it, arguably. You probably are good to close it out.
Yeah, absolutely here. And I'm just I'm really interested to see how the Felons kind of respond here coming into this one. It was a really close one on Lijiang Tower. They won 0.2 and 0.3. They had definite signs that they should have, in my opinion, they probably had things that they should have won, but they decided to fall out of a fight rather than staying in it. And I think that allowed England Is My City to get that momentum back a little bit and win that third point. But the Felons, like I said, they looked at points to be the better team on that first map. England Is My City just able to squeak it out in the end, essentially. And now they're bringing us to King's Row. Like you said, there's no point in trying to sell that we're going anywhere else. Everyone knows that we're picking this map, but you have to expect that the Felons 100% believe they can win this map.
And I don't see, like you said, I don't see why they don't feel that way. They've put on some very good performances, and when it comes to GOATs, it becomes who makes the errors and who capitalizes on the errors, who gets caught out without a speed boost or who gets caught out without a very key sustain element in the moment. And that is kind of one of those things. We saw moments where the Felons were able to capitalize on that and steal fights that maybe they shouldn't have won. But England Is My City has shown that they are capable of doing the same. And I do think the Felons have it in them. It's just going to come down to setting the pace and taking it as where they want it, basically. Setting so much of Goats is setting the fight to where it will be. We will see the side swap also. So that means that if I'm staring at my monitor correctly, it means we will see Felons on the attack first, and I think that's fine. I think if you're Felons, you want to attack first anyways.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the Felons picking this map, England is my city, picking the side. I always say it's smart to go on defense first, so you know what you have to do on your attacking round. But throughout the EU Grand Final here, we saw the winning team of every map in that series pick the attacking round or the attacking side first. They wanted to keep that momentum that they got from the first map, carry it over into the next map, and they did that for 3 maps, and it worked out great for them here. The Felons, like I said, they have a little bit of momentum. The England is my city definitely has a little bit more momentum than the Felons at the moment because they won that first map. I really want to see how this first point plays out.
I think you've nailed something there because England is my city has a bit of a mental advantage in a lot of ways. Like they've already beaten the Felons once before, so you're already carrying that. You've cleared, the control point, so you're feeling pretty good on that. I don't know what that. I couldn't see what the Rhine was showing off. That's a shame. But we'll see what it is. No changes in the rosters. No one really making any swaps, and I don't see a reason why not. So, this tower, again, this central statue is going to be so important to just keep the cover and try to bid this through. The Felons are just going to push right on the point, though? Okay, aggressive. And punished. Ooh.
Yeah, that's not what you want to see. And again, I'm going to talk about it every time it happens. Once the Rhine falls out of a fight, the team that loses the Rhine tries to get out. Cheeto Chopper and Nico not able to leave fast enough.
Yep, no, once the Rhine falls, you should immediately just be, if you have speed boost away and get out, get your full 6 and go again. I really do want to see the Felons just use cover more. That was an aggressive play trying to get that corner, and they just didn't have control of it. They need to either find a way they can, the high ground is there. They are giving that high ground rotation basically for free at this point, so I think you take that, and I think they understand where it is now.
I don't think they're taking high ground. I think they're just going to the other side of the statue here. Achilles, I mean, look at the difference here in ultimates right now. Cryo has a shatter. Achilles, not even 50% to it at the moment. They could have a shatter here for free, but they're going to find Cheeto Chomper first, and the shatter comes out, doesn't find anything, but it does force out the Transcendence from Sun. That's a little bit of a weird play for them, and here comes the grab from Nico.
Yeah. Oh, the Felons will catch value in that grab, though. That's all you really wanted. Okay. I was kind of expecting, Felons to have lost that considering they forced Trance earlier, but, after getting the grab caught and getting Trance out of the way, yeah, you're fine. There's a chance for a recontest here, and England does have Rally and Sound Barrier. I think they can get the 6. They might take it. You know that the Felons don't have a lot of resources. You denied them a lot earlier there, so, try and commit those resources. Okay, they're just going to play them. All right, I think you could have made it. I think you should have done. I think you should have tried to make the push, but they'll instead hold this choke point instead, and sure, they'll get Sound Barrier out of it, though.
Yeah, but here comes the grab, and they find 2 kills off it right away. A good move here from England's my city, in my opinion. Wanting to hold arches. This worked out very well in the past for a lot of teams, and they only used the grab and the rally there.
I mean, that's, yeah, to get a free spawn hold, that seems fine. I mean, at this point, catches 2 on the shatter. Yeah, that's an important pick. So, yeah, that's Sound Barrier out means that they are back to spawn and have to try again. And, these spawn holds are just so tough to break once you get caught. You have to commit so many ultimates, and then the cart isn't moving, and it just creates more fights. That's that new hold on Havana. And the England is my city has looked pretty firmly in the driver's seat, even with the lack of ultimates coming up here.
But here comes a grab and the bomb from the Felons here. This could be deadly. Is it gonna be? There's going to be nothing coming from them, but Nico will find Crime out there. That might force England's my city to fall back here a little bit, and Jay was falling as well, but Cryo, as long as they're alive, they're going to be in this fight. The beat being invested here by Lunch is actually interesting in my opinion.
I mean, you do what you need to get out here at this point. You had to break the spawn hold, and I think it was the correct point. You'll take the stagger, too, onto Ascend. That's huge, because that means you don't have a full 6, and England's my city has to wait longer now. That's huge. You'll take those free cart presents. But, it was a struggle to get out there. You spent quite a bit of resources, and, I mean, you have a Trance to show for it. It's going to be a tough fight going in with just that. On the other side, England's my city. Trance Barrier, I mean, they'll have Grab Surge, they'll get Rally. Just the ultimate resources favor England is my city here, so this Trance from Sun has to be used correctly.
Yeah, it does. But maybe they use it last, like they did the first time, and ends up actually being the right move for them here. But Cryo has this Shatter ready to go. That's going to be the thing I'm looking out for here. They're just waiting for it. But the Shatter comes out. It finds, I believe it finds 5 there. Nico and Cheeto Chopper already taken out. Lunch Achilles down as well. And the Felons now running back to spawn.
Yeah, just Achilles was just a hair too late on that shield up. It was the right timing, but just kind of missed it. And hey, that's a cheap win for the Felons. You'll you know, sorry, for England's My City, you'll take that. You still have all of your support ultimates. You'll have Graviton Surge, and for Felons, you're coming in, but you're still missing one. Getting Ascend though is huge.
What was Ascend doing there?
That was not where they needed to be.
The Shatter, the grab comes out here from the Felons. Here comes the Transcendence from Sun here. Witty Weep didn't use their grab, so I wonder if that was a misplay from them here, but it worked out for them last time. Shatter coming out from Cryo there, I believe only found one, but Witty Weep will fall here, so there's no grab ready for England My City in this team fight. Cryo trying to charge into anyone here, but they're just going to charge into their own death.
England's My City is trying to hold on to these ults until the last moment, but they're just getting a little too... They're playing it a little too safe in a lot of ways. They're not committing when they need to. Ascend also dying, you know, kind of just basically a signal to fight loss. You die without trance. That basically opened for self-destruct and was a unfortunate caught out for Ascend. So they'll get point C here, and Felons will have... I think they have self-destruct and bomb and trance. So they'll come into their support ultimates. They'll have a lot to push through this here with, and they'll commit everything into it.
Cryo, though, going to be able to get the charge kill there onto Achilles. Here comes the grab from Witty Weep. Cheeto Chomper fell off the map, apparently, and Sun will fall as well. The Felons now backing up yet again, and oh, no.
Oh, okay. The flank shattered? No.
Do it to them.
He gets caught. There's no world he doesn't get caught here. He gets caught here.
Let me have this. Yes!
No way. No
3
shot.
members there! 3 members.
Come
Cryo got it.
on.
Jay Wiz found 1, but hey, we're all here for it because they got the person they were probably looking for.
All right. You know what? That's fine. You take that. I'm not even... I'm not mad. I'm disappointed, but that's fine. That's a cheap win, and you take that. It gives you another repush, especially because England's My City doesn't have much. They have trance and self-destruct going into this. It means that this is going to be harder if they go into this longer fights.
Oh, and that bomb gets caught up on the high ground. That's not what Sci-Fi wanted to see there. Crime out, and Jay Wiz and Witty Weep find 3 right there. Achilles does find 1, but that's going to be the only thing that the Felons really find in this team fight.
Yeah, that was the one pick, and again, that self-destruct kind of going and staying a little too high was unfortunately just the case here. So we'll get a clean reset, and the Felons will have a try again. 1:30 on the clock. Graviton Surge and Trance to their name. I mean, it's matched on the other side, so it's going to come down to, you know, everything else. Kermi's coming into Sound Barrier, and that's going to be the first difference maker. England's My City is going to have a little bit more sustain, so they can afford to let these fights go longer, and they want to try to pull these resources out of Felons faster to get these out.
Sci-Fi trying to take an off angle. He'll just get rid of that shield there for Cryo. They do have that Shatter ready to go. Nico does have a grab ready to go as well. Here they're looking for it. They're going to throw it out there. Capture a lot of people. The Transcendence and the grabs coming out from both sides here as we go into slow mode. No one falling just yet from either side at the moment. The Transcendence gone for both Zenyatas here at the moment. The beat now coming out here from Kermi, just trying to keep everyone alive here. All the ultimates coming out here for almost each side.
I mean, they're going to commit everything. Jay Wiz still has bomb. The boop is huge, though. That's such a big piece from the Felons team. 2 down means that this fight is over, and the England's My City will continue to hold with 45 on the clock.
Kermi got another boop kill.
Oh,
Lunch
goodness.
just falls off the map there. Sun will die.
Yeah.
We're essentially in final fight territory here.
Oh, yeah, this is last fight, and Lunch saved that Sound Barrier for the perfect time here. They'll have Sound Barrier Shatter and Self-Destruct. Shatter Bomb is on the menu. There's nothing in the way. If they've been tracking, they know they can find value with this. So they just have to catch them looking. All there is Jay Wiz's Self-Destruct and the Graviton Surge coming in for England's My City. So just set up this combo and find value with it for the Felons, and you can keep your dreams alive.
Achilles almost getting taken out there. They have that Shatter ready to go now. Maybe Sci-Fi throws that bomb in there, try to distract them here. The Shatter coming out. It does find a lot. It finds 5 off of that 2 already
huge.
down here. The Felons looking strong now. We're going into overtime, but they definitely have won this team fight. And with all these members on the card right now, they might be able to finish this map.
Someone has to stall this ahead. They can't afford to sit 6 on card. It doesn't give them the speed they're looking for, and they can't afford a touch. There's so many ultimates coming in for England's My City. They'll get the touch. This is not looking for the Felons to close this out here. There's all the ultimates coming out.
grabs, transcendence, bombs coming out from both divas here. This is going to be a lot of stuff on the screen, but there is no death at all until Nico is able to find Ascend there. Kermie falls as well. Down goes Witty Weep, and the Felons looking to try to clean this up, and they're going to be able to.
Great last second, you'll take it. And that victory shatter is just there because, I mean, why not? But you got it in overtime, and I think you're pretty happy with that if you are Felons. Like, that's best case scenario considering how much that struggle was just to close out and get around that initial corner on C. Some of those, again, some of those moments just stand out to me. Sometimes we're committing these ultimates, in the last minute. Sometimes we're not quite disengaging from these team fights, and that's really been hurting the Felons in a lot of ways. But they have been playing well despite those small errors, and they've been capitalizing on England's errors instead, which has just kind of been similarly, not committing ultimates, right? England has been trying to play so safe. They're trying to find the value and trying to wait until they know they have broken shield or they have gotten out sound barrier that they're then punishing on it. So that's really the kind of key thing for a lot of this matchup has been the Felons just want to push aggressively and need to push England aggressively, get those ultimates out of them and really kind of push them to use those resources. The longer England sits on those ultimates, the more they build them up, the easier those tougher fights get. So just take these fights aggressively, make them on your terms for the Felons, and you can get this hold.
Yeah, but now England is steady going to the offense here. I mean, they did pretty well on this first point, in my opinion, taking it one team fight. I mean, I haven't really ever seen a team not win in one team fight here. So the fact they forced 2 team fights out of the Felons means that they can easily improve upon that.
There's a lot to improve. And again, I think, like you said, like this is when everybody scrims. This is when everybody knows. So now, no real tricks here. I do want to shout out Kermie, though, who's gotten a lot of value and have made a lot of plays on that Lucio. So I'm really watching to see what else they have in their bag of tricks.
Yeah, but look at this. England in my city goes straight to the point here, and Ascend finds 2 here on the Zenyatta, looking for a third. They're going to find a third. The Zenyatta doing all the killing here.
I mean, hey, Discord Orb gets so much value, and if you can find an opening pick and keep your Zen safe, that is a huge thing. They'll get pushed back all the way to B, and that means, capture point is done in 1 here, so England's my city coming out with that big piece of aggression. Every stagger here just hurts so much harder for the Felons. I think we still have the, I don't actually know, I don't think those patched out. I think we have the move to next spawn thing still enabled, so I would press that button if I were the Felons here.
Yeah, I would, but I don't think it necessarily matters, as England is my city has half their team just kind of standing right there waiting for the Felons to poke their heads out.
I mean, they're going to hold the space as long as they can. England doesn't, the argument, the bad thing for winning that fight in such a way is that they only have Trance and Shatter. They have their ultimates built up, so they should be able to hold this space. Felons didn't really beat anything, so an aggressive space here before the Felons get their support ultimates online will give them the fight.
Yeah, each team just kind of feeling each other out right now. The rally coming out here from Cheeto Chomper here, and the rally coming out from Crime Out as well. But really, no one has tried to stop this cart yet for the Felons. You do see a Sci-Fi go up there onto that high ground. The grab coming out here from Nico. The Transcendence coming out from Ascend to respond to that grab. Now the bomb coming out here from Sci-Fi. Not going to be able to find anyone with that one. The Shatter coming out from both Ryans, but Achilles Ryan. Shatter will find a lot more there. They're going in, finding the kills they need to here, and the Felons will win a team fight here to kind of regain control of this cart.
Part of that is due because England tried to wait until they had what they felt was the full advantage. It gave the Felons all of their support ultimates online, and suddenly they were prepared for this upcoming fight. And now in this next fight, they have Trance, they have Sound Barrier, they'll have Rally. They're going to have basically 4 to 5 up. England is my city. Only realistically, I think if I can see behind that, they'll have Sound Barrier. I'm sorry, they'll have Bomb and they're just going to be playing behind. They have no support ultimates to hold out in a long fight.
Here comes the rally from Cheeto Chomper to get everything started here. The grab coming out from Witty Weeb. J-Wiz throwing out that bomb here. Here comes the beat from Lunch as well to try to keep everyone alive. Nothing's going to come from that bomb there because of the supports of the Felons using those ults like they did. Now the grab coming out from Nico. Sci-Fi will find Kermie there. And now they're looking for more. Achilles finds Crime Out. Already 2/3 of the supports down here for England's my city. And they're just trying to escape this hell right now.
Yeah, there's no world they could. Again, there was no world they were going to win that fight anyways. It was the best thing they could do to save it. So, they'll be rewarded. They'll keep Trance. They'll keep Rally, and that's I mean, at least they can win the longer fight. If they were tracking correctly, they'll know that there's no defensives on the other side. So pendulum swings back. England has the longevity for this fight, but I do want to see them take this aggressively. They're not really catching the Felons in a position to really. They're not committing their abilities and their micro, their abilities into this. I really want to see them commit more as a team to these fights.
Yeah, now they're going all the way around on this high ground here. Actually going to come in as if they were the defensive team here. The Felons playing more as the offensive team. The roles have reversed here right now, and England, as I see, trying to force the Felons back into England's own spawn here at the moment. Achilles does have a shatter ready to go. Here comes the bomb. It does find one because of that charge there from Achilles on to Cryo. Sun finds one. Cryo will find Lunch, though, to try to keep England's by sending in. Oh, and a huge pick there by Witty. We will find Nico, but the rest of the kills going the way of the Felons here.
It was just gonna, that pin was just the key to it all. They got value that Witty. We will unfortunately see themselves jumping back to spawn, and it'll be a long jump back, but everybody should be able to get the full 6 in time, and it's just been scrappy. That rotation was an interesting idea, but I don't know what you're trying to do. Are you trying to catch someone out there? Because you're not going to catch the Felons out. They are playing as a very tight squad of 6, and they are capitalizing on it. Rally Trance up for the Felons, and England is still holding on to all 3. They'll have 5 ultimates up, means they should just be overwhelmed here.
Yeah, right now, but Achilles does have the shatter ready to go, but look at this, a nice combo coming out here. Achilles out of the picture. Here comes the bomb from, I believe, maybe a bomb came out, but I don't think one.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah. Oh, okay, yeah. Crime Out will find Cheeto there. Witty Weave finds Lunch, and look how aggressive Ascend is playing here.
I mean, hey, when you know you've won the fight, you know you've won the fight, and you'll take that. You might as well. Has been holding that Trance, hasn't really felt the need to do it, and that was a relatively cheap fight for England, so they'll have all 3 support ultimates up going into this. Felons have a couple more aggressive tools, Rally plus Grab Surge. They'll get one last recontest. They just have to get past this wave of sustain that England is going to slowly trickle in.
Rallies coming out from both sides here. The grab coming out here from Nico will force out the Transcendence from Ascend. Crime Out, though, will fall through all this. The bomb coming back down to Earth will not find anyone there. Cryo, though, does use all their shields. They get the pin there. Actually, on the shield chopper, won't be able to kill him. Witty Weave will, though. However, they're immediately traded right back out there for Cryo, and Nico now holding that W key down and left click at the same time to do a whole lot of damage.
Ooh, and the Zarya is still sitting at about 90 charge. The drop rate isn't as high, so they'll keep at least 70 going into this. Last fight territory here, and all England has, they'll have Graviton Surge and Shatter. And I mean, I'm just looking at the Trance and Soundbearer on the other side for the Felons, and I'm just thinking, this does not look good. You don't have the tools to hold in a long fight. You really need to catch somebody out with these aggressive ultimates, and you have to catch Sun out immediately. It just has to be them.
Yeah, but oh, look at this. Cryo actually able to find Achilles. There's no shatter ready for the Felons, and you immediately see the response. Their Sun popping that Transcendence as the grab comes out here from Nico Sen. No Transcendence ready for them to keep anyone alive, and all the kills going the way of the Felons here. J-Wiz will find one, but that's going to be basically all they find here. And you do see Crime Out kind of just hanging up there in the wings, waiting to come back and touch.
You have to make this touch. You have 2 there. It's not going to be pretty, but at least it's a touch.
Kermie gonna get taken out, and no, Crymel doesn't come back and touch in time. They were hoping Kermie would. The Felons will tie this series up.
That is a little bit of a miscommunication, and you can't afford that at this point in time. Someone needed to be there, even if it was both of you at the same time. So Kermie will be rewarded with at least a secondary play of the game. And, you know, if nothing else, Kermie has put on quite a show on this Lucio. Definitely one of the top Lucios we've seen across the entire weekend here. So kudos to him for that. His consolations is there, but he, the 1-1 at the break is, you're kind of hurting. I think you were probably feeling like you could close this out and you could bring this home if you're England is my city. And to get beat up on that, you might be second guessing yourself a little here.
Yeah, you might be second guessing yourself a little bit here, but I mean, it was a close fought map there. Maybe it was a close fought map in my opinion. Even though England is my city was not able to get to the third and final push phase of the map, I felt like it was really close throughout. But the Felons showed us something. I really thought they needed to respond going into Kings Row, and they did just that.
They definitely did. And I think they were starting to realize what they needed to do is that they were starting to capitalize more on when they could tell they had the advantage. They were starting to move aggressively onto that more passive style of play. And from England is my city, and you can't really escape with that passive play. You know, those long rotations are cute. You might catch them out once, but you have to take these points and these fights where you want them with the resources. If you don't have all the pieces to the puzzle there, you're just going to unfortunately fall short in those fights.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like that rotation up there was definitely something trying to bait
Yeah.
in someone up there, but it didn't necessarily work out for them. However, with that being the end of our second map, we're going to take a quick break and be right back with map 3 of this series.
Yeah.
Our inside here, you get an insight and you know something, but you don't want to say it out loud because you're kind of afraid that it's not going to be really true and it'll spoil the whole thing for you, But when somebody makes you say it, then, and it's true, then it just makes it more beautiful of a thing.
I'm not crazy, Malin. I'm not crazy, Malin. I've just been in a very bad mood for 40 years. 40 years.
Carpe diem. Carpe diem.
Water is the softest and most yielding substance, yet nothing is better than water for overcoming the hard and rigid.
All right, welcome back, everyone, from that halftime break. The Felons able to win Kings Road to even this series up at 1 here. And so that was such a big map for them there. They end up losing that map. England is my city would have been on series point already.
It was a big swing map for them in a lot of ways. You've now not only just thrown it up and made us play a little bit longer, but you've also thrown the mental of them going into that. But considering where we're going for number 3, this is also pretty much what we expected to see anyways. It's going to be Havana. Like, this is also similarly, what you expected, but at the same time, this is an interesting map. We didn't have this in Classic Goats, so watching these teams adapt to a new map and really try to take these, these fundamentals of the Goats comp and try to apply them in a place that maybe you haven't had as much time to practice on, or you didn't see the pros play on, I think really does change things up a bit.
Yeah, absolutely. But everything that I've seen is on Havana. It's basically first point. Okay, we're going to close hold. And once that fails, we're going to try to meet them back on the high ground of, I don't know what that building is.
Of that high ground.
We're going to try to meet them back on high ground. And if that doesn't work, then it's going to be an all-out fight at essentially half a meter away from the point. Once you start getting through the rest of the map, though, it kind of opens up a little bit. It's really when the fights can happen, not necessarily waiting for a certain point.
Yep. The other thing to note here is that England is my city, along with not having the homeland advantage of Kings Row, will also now be on the defense first. So they are going to have to play in around that also. So they're looking to try to make this hold last in their favor. And like you said, it's going to be the close hold. And that's what the other thing I think we've seen is the close hold reigns supreme on most of these payload and hybrid maps. The closer you can hold to spawn, the more fights you can get out of these individual things. Just kind of keeps your own, your own ult economy going, your own, your own ability usage in check, and really does set the pace. So there's quite a bit of an ask from England is my city.
Yeah, absolutely. England is my city will actually be attacking here first. The Felons going on the defensive side here first. And again, something I brought up on Kings Row. This with the being a Goats tournament, I would honestly kind of expect the team that gets to pick side would pick offense first to try to carry that momentum. I feel like you go on defense first, you kind of, lose that momentum a little bit because you're trying to just hold on to a spot. If you're on offense, you're trying to keep that momentum rolling.
Yeah, it's a big tug of war, right, as to trying to see who is really getting to set the position and the pace of these fights. And opting to attack first, like you said, isn't really that shocking, but it is going to require a little bit more pressure getting out of these close holds. And considering that the defense is going to set the initial first pace of this fight, they're going to set it right at your spawn door. They're going to set it right where you want it to be. It makes these parts harder to kind of really break through. So really am watching which team is setting the advantage, which team is taking the pacing and is running it, where they want it as we go into Havana.
And in my opinion, it's going to be really interesting to see, where each team has to be expecting close hold. It's going to be interesting to see which side each team tries to come out of. For the most part, I've seen people really go to that alley side of this first spawn to try to get out that way. I would love to see them try to go out the other way. I believe it would be the right side of the exit there if you're attacking, just to see something different. And oh no.
Oh, it starts.
Not again.
It looks like that was just. I'm sorry. I think that was just a check on the pause button to make sure we're good to go. I think. Don't worry. It's okay. If you've hung with us through the EU bracket, it's okay. It's not happening again. You're fine. Similarly, go ahead.
I think Gio just had a nightmare or woke up from a nightmare.
Oh, that poor man. I think the other thing to all this is. We on the PC side, we saw a couple of these tricks on Havana where the flex support would kind of swap to maybe like an Ana or something to try to give a little bit of an anti-nade or a little bit more pressure to break this hold. And I don't hate that as an idea. I don't hate trying to change this, trying to make people look multiple ways, because that's really how you break this goat comp, is how you it's really how you kind of get them to break these points. You have to kind of surround them, you cut in the middle and really do that. But it looks like this pause is for real. This pause is no joke. So Dex, it's okay. We're gonna be okay, man. It's just one pause. We're in the game 3. Look, we are gonna be okay. Chat, we're gonna be okay. Don't worry, everything's gonna be fine. It's gonna be a quick pause. We're just gonna get players set to go. It looks like everything's fine, but I do think that, like I said, you got to make them look here, and right now they're making us look. So I'm really curious to see how they make us look when we get back in from this pause.
Yeah, one thing I want to point out, the Felons making some swaps here. IVQP coming in for the spot that Achilles was running, but Achilles is now going over to a support here. I'm trying to figure out who actually came in and who came out for the Felons here, because I don't remember who was in on Kings Row.
Let's see here. The Nico still on Zarya. Achilles picked up the Zenyatta, which means that was Abyss. I believe not Ascend. No, that was Ascend there. It was the Zenyatta player. I don't recognize it off the top of my head. I also am bad, admittingly. But yeah, so he moved to Zenyatta, that's an interesting change of pace. I wouldn't expect my Reinhardt player to go over to Zenyatta.
I would not either. I know we can see the game. Okay.
We're going. Don't worry.
We're back and already halfway through this team fight. No one has fallen yet until I start talking, and Cryo is the first one to die here.
That's the old caster's curse, the Ryan's doubt, which means that this fight is basically over. Ascend is going to swap over into the Ana. Yeah, I don't hate this. I do think making, especially because you don't have much to lose here, making the D.Va have to try to multitask harder and just catch a purple like that one, that's huge. That forces so much.
Yeah, you immediately see Ascend swap back off that Ana there real quick, going over to the Zenyatta now again. But still, no one fallen here yet for the Felons. You see Sci-Fi just dive in there. The shatter coming out from IBQP does not find anything there at the moment. Instead, it's going to be Kermit finding IBQP, and that's just going to start the Felons backing up. Cryo, though, going full speed ahead, charging Nico to their death. Kermit winning the Lucio duel there on the lunge.
Yeah, I mean, hey, if that's what it takes, that's what it takes. I do think this Ana swap should stay. I mean, if you're a GOAT historian, as we all know I am clearly, you know that Ana was the flex support of choice by the end, and I do think, especially with Achilles coming into Transcendence, you want this purple right now. You want this anti-nade. It's going to be your biggest tool versus all these upcoming ultimates. You do have more if you're England of my city, and the anti-nade is just kind of the piece de resistance.
Yeah, but now the Felons back here again. I believe that was Sci-Fi going up there into the sky, trying to get some focus on them right now. But here comes the grab from Witty Weep here. The Transcendence will come out. Is that anti-nade going to come out? Looks like nothing comes from him, but Jay was his bomb. Will find lunch there. They're able to get their beat off just in time, but here comes the grab now from Nico. Sci-Fi going to hold on to their shatter here, but the shatter coming out from Cryo will find Cheeto, and two more. After that, two supports down. Nico as well. Cryo with a triple kill. Crymelt finding a fourth one here. However, they still have to deal with D.Va in this mech, but it's a 6v1.
They're gonna. They didn't use the commit to self-destruct there, right?
No, they didn't.
Okay, they did not. As I say, I thought we were pressing that button and that was the right call. Yeah, I say no. No, I thought I saw these self-destructs go off. That was my thing. But it looks like they're not going to get this last second touch. It was expensive for England as my city though. Like all things considered, you do have Nano up. It'll go on to probably the Rhine or the Zarya, possibly the Brig if you're tough on targets. So, I mean that's not the most impressive, push forward here. But you're already taking this high ground aggressively, and that works in your favor.
You see Sci-Fi just going straight in. The rally coming out here from Cheeto Chomper, but they're immediately going to be taken out.
Deleted.
The Nano coming out on the Cryo. They won't live much longer either, but England is my city right now, winning in the numbers advantage here. The bomb, though, coming out from Sci-Fi will not find anyone. Nico going to be able to find Kermit to keep the Felons alive in this team fight. We're trying to hold down that left click, but Sci-Fi's beams are just a little bit stronger.
Cart has been slowly rolling, one on point, but it'll stop for now, and the resets will come through. Jaywiz is going to get a little bit staggered out, it looks like. Again, we're diving right back into this, though. I kind of wish we would just take the reset and get the full 6, because now we're just staggering here, Dex.
Yeah, this is not what you want to see if you're England is my city here or a fan of them. Like you said, they're just kind of staggering back in. They're finally getting out now, but this is going to allow the Felons to pretty much just hold these choke points right here.
And then this is going to be the case. It's going to be yet another full hold. It's just going to be like a close. They're going to maintain this high ground and push through. Felons should have a little bit of an advantage here. There's no support ultimates against them. And with this Trance and Achilles' plans, they should be okay to hold this and ride this out.
Grab comes out here from Nico. Will find one off at the shatter from Cryo. Does not find anyone, though. Jaywiz getting stunned here. Going to get demeched as well for their efforts. This is not looking good for England at the moment.
Ooh, and Felons didn't even have to commit Transcendence into that for this win. That's unfortunate. They'll commit self-destruct. That's fine. It catches Kirby. That's unfortunate.
Yeah, that's very
Oh, okay.
Very unfortunate there. I was scared for a moment there.
Nah, just it's okay. Look, the slowdown sometimes has to come to a crawl, and that's the way it is. But the Felons are not at a crawl here. They are full speed ahead. They have 3 support ultimates and Shatter up. I mean, again, longer fight. It just favors them here. England needs to move fast.
Grab coming out here. The Transcendence coming out from Achilles to respond to that grab from Witty Weep there. No one dying from the Felons. A good play there by them right now. The beat coming out as well, while the Shatter coming out from Cryo does find 3. The England's by City need to try to capitalize off this in some way. However, at the moment, they're not yet doing that. Witty Weep trying to get as much damage. The bomb coming in from J-Wiz, not going to be able to find anyone either. And Achilles will actually be able to find Cryo here.
That is a huge opener pick. That's the Rhine. That's the main shielding down. And you can see it, England by City just going to try to get out. Just trying to get out. It'll be the staggers as they can get. But they did pull a lot out of Felons, and I think you're pretty okay with that for the most part. England by City, you know, they had to commit whatever they needed to into it, but they'll still have this Graviton Surge. And if they're watching, there's only the Graviton Surge and Self-Destruct on the other side. Achilles has this Transcendence for it. It's just going to have to be a dry push here. Hopefully they are counting and watching and don't commit this Graviton Surge, because it doesn't benefit them to do it.
Yeah, but Ascend able to get
Ooh.
high there fast. But here comes the grab from Nico. I believe I heard here comes the bomb from Sci-Fi right now, and there it is. Nico will be able to find Ascend. IVQP finds Witty Weep here, and the Felons looking very strong here on the second point.
Yeah, it was the right call. They held everything. They kept Witty Weep's Graviton Surge. It's the right call. Now they'll come in with 4, almost 5 ults up, and they should be able to win this fight. The Felons, you know, this is where that restraint really favors them, because now they should have these ult economy swing. Felons will have Rally and Trance of their own. They caught the rotation. It's gonna be tougher though. They don't have the resources for the longer fight as everything comes in.
Yeah, but you know, IVQP does have this Shatter here ready to go. They can land it onto a couple people, but the Shatter comes out from Cryo. It doesn't find anyone there. I believe the bubble from Nico actually saved everyone there on the Felons. The beat coming out from Kermit. Here comes the Shatter. It only finds Crime out there. The Rally did come out for them, though, to keep themselves alive. Cryo will find Lunch. That's a huge pick off here for England is my city. The Transcendence now coming out from Achilles, but Witty Weep still holding on to this grab here. This might be the exact thing they were looking for.
That is going to have to be big here, because it's their only tool up. J-Wiz coming into Self-Destruct too. Grab Bomb is going to have to be a win condition for them here. They need to get this Rhine out of the way to capitalize on it and get past Lunch's sound barrier to boot.
Yeah, cart being pushed here. Nico being forced back a little bit, but here comes IVQP, and they're immediately down into the fight. The grab from Nico is here. Cryo will find one. Cheetotron will immediately trade back out. The Zenyatta there of Ascend. The bomb coming out from, I believe, J-Wiz will not find anyone there. Sci-Fi trying to get them back before they get back into their mech here. Now the bomb coming out from Sci-Fi. It won't find anyone, but Nico will find Cryo here. That's not the person you want to see fall if you're England's my city. Witty Weep, next one to fall. It's all starting to go the Felon's way here.
They are stealing this and holding in the Crime Lord's rum brewery here. It's going to be a drag out fight. No real ultimates coming in. IVQP will have Shatter. I mean, they have to commit it before Crowd gets there. No touch. It doesn't even need it. A great hold from the Felons. Really just took control of the pace. Just denied England is my city the resources to kind of build up their stock of ultimates and run that as they want. And that's what's going to be the difference maker, is Felons setting the tempo of these fights and these games and really just initiating when they want to. That has been a key to their success these last couple of maps.
Yeah, and honestly, you can go back to King's Row here. They did almost the exact same thing to England, as I said here. Basically stopped them once they got through the initial point cap phase there. England, as my city, has really struggled almost anything when it comes to escort, anything that's close to escort. The point 2 of King's Row where you have to push. Yeah, they did pretty good, but the Felons were able to stop them there. They got this first point on Havana, but then once they got into the close quarters area of inside that brewery there, the Felons basically allowed England's my city to get as far as they did because they just allowed them to.
Yeah, I mean, England's my city was, again, just trying to play it safe, trying to make sure they could win by having the correct ultimates on board, just waiting until they had the advantage. But the Felons just never let them get that advantage. They were constantly just punishing them for playing safe or capitalizing and winning fights with minimal ult commitments, and that's so huge. Going into the the attack here for the Felons, though, I wonder if they're going to pull out the Ana similarly. I do think it's a great starter and opener for this point, especially versus the close hold. It doesn't look like they're going to, but I do wonder if they're going to possibly consider that. They are going to try to pull the attention here, and I think that is an equally important tactic.
Yeah, and Cryo already able to find IVQP there, and Ascend finding Achilles. I mean, that's a good start here for England, my city, and Sci-Fi getting demech'd here. I don't know if that was the right move by them there to go out and die.
No, but they also didn't get staggered out, so that's the best case scenario. They'll be held in spawn a little bit, and no ultimates really gained. Nico is leading the Graviton Surge, so expect that immediately when it gets out.
Yeah. I don't think JWiz has their bomb ready to go just yet, but
Not
you
yet.
do see the Felons here trying to come back up, but here comes the grab here from Nico. Does capture a lot of people. Cryo, first one to fall here. Cheeto Chomper getting that kill there, and this should open everything up for the Felons because Cryo on that Reinhardt, we talked about a lot. You lose the Rein, you basically lose the fight.
Yeah, that's your main tank. That's your main, barrier between you and most of that damage. Trance is going to get thrown in as well from England's My City. I'm not sold on that, honestly. It did give you a little bit of time and a little bit of a second life, but you're already down players. I think you should have just saved that for the next fight.
Yeah, especially since your last three members there were all your supports. Your tanks can go back into a fight, but you're not going to really have any supports to keep them up.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. Kermie will have to play the ferryman to get him back. Felons on the other side here. I mean, it's just a full boat of ultimates here. They'll have all 6. They should just be in a great position to control this. There's only the one sound barrier to stop it. It's all in the Felons' hands right now. They should be able to get away with this no problem.
Yeah, you see England's My City come off that high ground, the grab coming out, but the bomb coming out from Sci-Fi here. Shatter coming out from IVQP does land 3, but the bomb from Sci-Fi finds 2. JWiz finds 3 with their bomb there. 5 deaths from 2 bombs there. Sci-Fi will find Ascend though, and they find Kermie, the D-Mech here on the JWiz. Even with all the great plays coming out here from the Divas, Sci-Fi coming out on top.
Wow, that's nuts. What an exchange. Both of those Reinhardts just not able to get there. There will be, it looks like, one last touch. They'll try to push off the remaining members here. But, I mean, it's only Sound Barrier. Like, you only have Shatter. You're not getting that. Yeah, they're going to give it space. There's no world you get that. You don't have the resources to push this. And Lunch still is holding on to Sound Barrier. Means that the Felons are good to just basically take this space and be in a great spot to extend next fight even further.
Yeah, they did forget about the cart there for a mere
second.
moment.
A moment.
A second. Like a couple seconds. Yeah,
I mean, but they have 4 minutes on the clock, Dex. Like, they have all the time in the world as far as they're concerned.
Yeah, a couple seconds won't kill them here. But
Yeah.
Cryo does have a shatter here. If they can land it, it could be big for them. Ascend does have a transcendence to keep them up and support here, but really nothing to really counter it out. Yeah, but the shatter does come out. It finds for the beat coming out from Lunch to keep them alive. Sci-Fi throwing their bomb up there, and it goes the wrong way there. Ascend will
It
find
catches one.
The bomb does catch JWiz's mech there. Now the grab coming out here from Nika. The transcendence coming out from Ascend on that high ground. Gonna keep everyone alive. Witty Weeb just beaming down Cheeto Chomper there, who wants to bring the fight right to their face. Kermie's gonna say no there, and this should be a point where the Felons try to get out of this one.
Yeah, it's just going to be just give up, get out, and reset here. Achilles is holding on to Trance, and, you did commit a few into this, but it looks like, are they going to keep the that's a huge late stagger, too. Are they going to keep this, I wonder if they're going to keep this close in these small rooms. It's probably not the safest hold, but I do think that, not giving too much space and not playing, like, this high ground is important to hold, but I do think, keeping this close pressure up is going to be good, especially because England's My City, 4 ults on board, they'll get Ascends in the mid fight. They are looking good for a long sustained fight. It's just Achilles' Trance on the other side, Shatter and Bomb are the next, and that's not gonna be enough to win it here.
Yeah, one thing I've really noticed from Sci-Fi this round, when England is My City uses all their ultimates, Sci-Fi just loves to throw their bomb in there to kind of just get them out of there, try to keep their team alive, and they found kills off it. They found 2 earlier in this round already off of it right now. And right now, here comes the bomb from Sci-Fi. I like when we see these Divas go aggressive with their bombs. It won't find anything, but it does force out the beat there from Kermie. The Transcendence now coming out from Achilles because Witty Weave does throw that grab out on the field. The Shatter from IVQP does not find anyone, but the Shatter from Cryo finds everything they needed there. 4-5 already down. They're trying to get the last one here, and they will for the team kill.
There's the gong as they needed it. Yeah, it was in their favor. They did spend 5 out of 6, and they rebuilt the rally, so 2 defensives up for England is My City means that they are sitting very pretty here. Felons only have rally coming up. It's just going to have to be another slow push, and that suddenly that 4-minute time bank from the Felons dwindling, 145 and counting. I mean, this is going to be a dry fight for them. They can't afford to commit too much into a losing fight.
No, they cannot here, but if people can build their ultimates up here pretty quickly, it could work out for them. But Ascend is able to find Achilles there. That's a huge pickoff for them there. Cryomat does have this rally ready to go here. They might use it, but Cryo gonna find Cheeto Chomper there. And look at what happens here. Nico already falling back, realizing this is a lost fight.
Yeah, the second Zen fell, it was a lost fight. You know you don't have any ultimates to commit into this, and you know it's basically over, so the teams will get healed up. England has spent quite a bit into that, though. I mean, they'll have 4 ultimates on their side, so not enough to really drain the pockets of wealth. Felons, they have Grab Surge, they have Bomb, they have Rally, and they have a Dream here because this is going to be last fight.
Grab coming out here from Nico earlier. Sen will immediately respond back with a Transcendence of their own. Sci-Fi drops the bomb down in the middle of everything.
5?
Will it find anything? It won't find anything. The rally, though, coming out here from both Brigidas. Here comes, I believe, a shatter from Cryo. I don't think it finds anyone. Cryo now trying to live here. They're going to be able to fall back, get all the support they need here.
Sound barrier from Lunch and a stun onto Nico means that they are still looking for more. There's Graviton Surge from Witty Weave. There it is.
Nico and Shield Chomper find the first 2 here. They desperately need to try to win this team fight here. Witty Weave, though, the bomb from J-Wiz finds 3. Witty Weave finds a 4th here. This is looking great for England is my city.
They are looking to close this out. There's just the remaining stragglers as the last 20 seconds will tip down. They'll try to get a full 6 into this, and I mean, this is basically the neutral. IVQP is the only ultimate on board, so this Shatter finds anything, and Achilles gets this trance up. They have the earlier ultimates. If they commit them faster, they can hold this out and keep this push alive.
Sci-Fi does have the bomb ready to go. They're going to throw it up here.
Oh, huge!
On the high ground. Does not find anyone there, but the Felons are pushing this cart at the moment. IVQP will get rid of J-Wiz's mech here. Nico will take care of their life. This is a good start here for the Felons. IVQP does have the shatter ready to go. They're going to use it. It gets denied by Cryo's shield there. Ascend, though, will fall. The Felons doing what they need to do here. They're picking up the kills. They're pushing that cart. The grab from Nico might just seal the deal.
I don't think there's anybody here for the touch. The Lucio may be here, but I mean, the ultimates are up. They're still trance. This longer fight does favor them if there's even going to be a last second touch. There is the touch. No, they didn't make it. They got denied. They got denied. Good boop.
Good boop, good stun there from Cheeto Chomper. They played forward for that reason, and they got it perfectly. The Felons go on to game point.
I mean, hey, this is, if you're the Felons, this is ecstatic. You're already past the 2-1 that you lost to, and man, Sci-Fi, these divas have really just been getting away with so much in a lot of terms. One of the most important fundamentals for this GOATS comp is making sure that your Rhine stays up to just make sure, like, either the Rhine or Lucio has to be there to cover these sound barriers. And like you noted, these divas are waiting until all the resources are spent, until the Rhine falls, just so they can get value with these divas. And that's a little bit atypical. So these adaptions to really kind of putting the emphasis on the diva players really show the quality of these teams.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you have to make some changes eventually at some point. If you're going to go into something and the other team knows what to expect, then there's no point in even doing it. So we're seeing all these changes come out here from these players, and it's really working out here at the moment. But as we look towards next map, so I've seen a lot of Esperanza here. I don't think I've seen anyone else pick anything else here. What do you think we're going to go to next?
The fact that you said you've not seen anybody pick anything else is interesting, because I would assume people want to play Coliseum. That is the closest to flat ground kind of maps that you can really get. Yeah, it's a little lopsided and a little unbalanced, a little harder, a little easier to defend at points, but I would think you want to be playing Coliseum, but I do think that Esperanza is just kind of more of the favorite in a lot of ways. The fights are a lot more defined. There's not as many, side areas that you have to contest in. There's also a lot of, safe rooms that you can cover and hide in if you are going to take a fight before you push it into the open. So I do think that, I do think it's going to be Esperanza, but part of me wonders, as this is the first time I'm seeing a push map. I didn't see any Friday, so I'm very curious to see where we go. But I do wonder why we're not getting Coliseum. It might just be too open, I think, in a lot of regards for some teams.
I mean, we haven't gotten the map pick just yet. I just want to get your opinion on it. But I want to give a huge shout out there to Achilles and IVQP for
Oh
the
yeah.
felons there. IVQP came in. We haven't seen them all series. Played a great Reinhardt. Achilles swapping off the Reinhardt, playing the Zenyatta. I feel like they came into that role and they excelled at it.
Yeah, I would love to see the rap sheet of getting to this point, because to take a Rhine player, a main tank player who is defensively minded, swapping them to Zenyatta, it's there's a little bit of a thing here, because usually your Reinhardt is one of your more aggressive players, but those Reinhardts do also have to be defensively minded. So it makes sense why you might put a shot caller onto your Zenyatta, someone who's really going to have those trances on lock and know when to commit them. It's an adaptation that's worked for them, and I think that it's something that hey, if that's what it takes to win, there's no shame in it. You make the swaps you need, you make the changes you need, and you get to the finals to win.
Yeah, absolutely. Still kind of waiting on the next map pick here at the moment. What? Haven't we still don't know what the next map is. I mean,
Yeah.
we expect it to be Esperanza. You've talked about potentially even seeing
Coliseo.
New Queen Street is there. I feel like that one does kind of play into the openness that maybe you would want for maybe a Diva Bomb or two every now and then. But I feel like a lot of people just hate the map.
A lot of people don't like that map because there's so many small nooks and crannies you can get in and out of it. It really favors poke comps and dive comps in that regard, because you can just hide someone in there. You're not hiding the entire 6 squad, in the little, side corner rooms here. So, I mean, it is match point though. It is going to come down to England's by City pick. And I was right. It is going to be Coliseo, it looks like. So I'll take that.
3 for 3 tonight, man. Hey, that's better than me. Because honestly, I've been begging to see anything else than what I've been seeing so far. But hey, I'm happy to see Coliseo here.
Yeah, I agree with you completely. I think, again, this is one of those maps where it's very flat, straightforward. There's not, there's high ground to contest, but you're also going to get it pretty quickly. If you're defensively taking it, you can contest the lower parts. So I do think this is arguably the better map. This is where Jotes saw a lot of success and popularity. I think it lends to this kind of a brawl style, and I think it's the right choice. So Coliseo, love you, but I still think if we had push back when Goats was a thing, I think we would have seen a lot of Coliseo too.
Yeah, I honestly believe that as well. But going into this one, do you expect any swaps to come out? I mean, IBQP came in, Achilles swapped over to a support here for the felons. Do you expect anything like that? Do you maybe see Achilles going back to the tank here, that Reinhardt and the original support that was in for the felons in the first 2 maps to come in? Or do you think they're just going to kind of stick with this?
I think the felons have no reason to change too much of anything. I think it's just kind of run it back, take that victory that you're in. You're up, and it's like you can see there, it has been 3-2 the last couple mats, pretty close, but you feel pretty confident, I think, in that. I think on the other side, if you're England is my city, I think a change needs to get made. I think you're on match point. Something has to give. I think the one thing that might work in your favor here, and I'm going to say this maybe because I am insane, but I think you bring out the Ana here. I think you give up the Zen. Discord is valuable, but I do think you have the sight lines to keep your Ana safe and kind of just out of the line of sight, out of the danger, that they can continue to put in that burst healing, keep your Reinhardt up, and just get kind of these things, and then also get the value of those nades. So I do think if a change has to come, I think it needs to come from England as my city, and it's going to be that. But what do I know? We're just going to keep throwing Discord orbs and try to lob those onto Rhines, and I think that is the, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. It's what got you here. It's fine.
Oh, okay.
Not yet.
Speaking of change, England's my city is making a change here.
They are making a change here.
Inu coming in for J-Wiz here on the Diva. Interesting pick here. I don't hate it. I believe I saw Inu play on Friday. They were very good on the Diva here. J-Wiz has been very good all night. Maybe this is just something to do with the map.
It very well could be. Maybe J-Wiz just needs a break. Maybe J-Wiz just needs a break from trying to carry and put on the backpack so much, because those Diva bombs have been so strong. So it could also be a defensive-minded Diva. So we'll have to really see this Diva head up as it unfolds.
Yeah, but each team just meeting each other head on here at the bot, waiting for it to open. Each just trying to find the first kill here. The Rhines being aggressive as you would expect them to be. And you do see IVQP here taking a lot of damage here, but they actually have a fine Witty Weep here. And that's going to give the felons here the advantage they need. And look at what happens after that. They just immediately charge in.
Yeah, I mean, once you have that advantage, you just know it's game fight. This is that kind of a comp where losing one you can't afford to do that. So Felons will be rewarded. They'll have, well, I mean, pretty much everything going into this fight. Lunch being the farthest behind to sound barrier, but they are still at 80%. England is my city playing from behind, and Witty still only at 40 of that grav means that this fight is not going to have the aggression they need going into it.
Yeah, and this is the thing with Goats and Push. I feel like once you win the first team fight, it's very hard for the team that loses that first team fight to get back into it. They have to do some incredible plays because we talked about it. Goats is all about momentum here, and the Felon just carrying this momentum here. And look, they only used the rally so far.
And yeah, I mean, and meanwhile, the other side, England by City had, they committed the Shatter into it too. The good news for them is that they'll have all 5 of their other ultimates up. It is going to be met by the other 5. Rally is missing on the opposite side, like you noted, and that is enough to make a difference maker. That's a little bit less sustained for Felon, so they really have to play a little bit careful here to keep this momentum going.
Felon's not able to get the forward spawns just yet. The raid boss is here, but Inu able to eat a Nico grab here. Kermit able to find Achilles, but now Sci-Fi throwing that bomb up in the air. It won't find anything here, but they're trying to find something here with their pistol. They're going to get back in their mechs here. The Felons, or England by City, has actually pushed this bot a little bit further back. The Shatter coming out from IVQP does not find anything. Ascend, though, going to respond with a Transcendence of their own. IVQP will find one, but that's going to be all that the Felons get here.
That is kind of all you'll take for that. They'll get the swing back, and now they need to chain this victory together here. England is holding on to Shatter and Graviton Surge, no defensive ultimates. So if they have been watching, they should be able to push this aggression and keep winning on it. And I like these staggers. These are huge. This buys them so much more time getting that bot push, but they need to push it also. There's no one on mid pushing.
Yeah, I mean, they essentially had gotten themselves a lot of free distance there. However, they forgot the fact that they forgot the fact that someone needs to be on the bot.
How could you forget that bot? He's so adorable. Look at him. He's just pushing. I mean, Felons now have Rally up. They'll have Self-Destruct, and I believe Graviton Surge. So, I mean, there's no defensives for England is my city. So, gonna have to try to close this out quick if they want to keep the success going.
Cryo does have the Shatter ready to go. The bomb coming out from Inu. I believe the grab coming out from Nico. Shatter comes out from Cryo. Does not find anyone. Shield Chomper able to find Witty Weep here. Sci-Fi does find Ascend, and it's all starting to fall apart here for England's my city. And the Felons going to be able to win this team fight and take control of the bot again.
Yeah, that's the importance of having these defensives up and making sure your team gets fully healed and has those ultimates on top, because that's what's been hurting these teams quite a bit. Now we're back into a neutral, though. No one really leading an advantage. Achilles and Ascend both coming into Transcendences. Kermit is leading on Sound Barrier, so the longer you let Felons live, the more likely they are to swing this back.
Yeah, you see the Felons immediately just trying to get these forward spawns at the moment. Sci-Fi does have a bomb ready to go. We have seen him use them incredibly early in the past. Not going to do it here this time. Ascend does have the Transcendence ready to go. That's really the only thing. But Kermit able to find a huge boop kill on the Lunch. Cryo finds Shido Chopper. And the England is my city is doing a good job at making sure... okay. Sci-Fi actually able to escape that one there. I don't know how Nico killed themselves there. Even Jay Wiz is a little confused.
Yeah, it must have just been a rogue right click just going astray there, though. Hey, if you're England is my city, you'll take that. You got Trance out. You won that pretty quickly. You'll have your own Trance, your own Sound Barrier, and Rally. You have all 3 support ultimates up, so you are looking good for a long fight. Try and just extend this out and layer your ultimates, and you should be able to keep this cart progress rolling, because there's not a lot to stop you.
Rally coming out here from Crime Out. England is my city. Wants to try to push this barrier or bot more for the Shatter coming out here from Cryo. Will not find anyone. The bomb from Sci-Fi doesn't find anyone either, but Ascend picking up the opening kill there on to Achilles. IVQB still holding on to the Shatter, waiting for the good moment here. Oh, they're getting incredibly low. They're not going to be able to use this. Kermit is able to take him out there. Ascend fights Shield Chomper as well. Windweave finds Lunch. The only thing that the Felons can say about that fight is they demicked Inu.
Yeah, and I mean, that's something. That is at least a lot of protection gone. The counterpoint to that is that they rebuilt Trance. They'll have Graviton Surge, so the resources in the ultimates are a little bit weaker for England is my city here. Lunch still holding on to Sound Barrier, and that Shatter coming out is huge.
Yeah, but the grab from Nico is a little bit better right there. And Inu falls there. Down goes Cryo as well. Nico does follow. That might be the only thing England is able to get here. Ascend actually be able to take care of Achilles, but that, at the end of the day, won't really matter for much as the Felons retake control of the bot with a 12-meter lead here.
I mean, and that was a cheap fight too. That was only Shatter, so you'll go into it with all 3 support ultimates up. And again, you know, longer fights will favor you when you have those up. On the other side, England doesn't have Sound Barrier, don't have Ascendance. You should be able to last whatever they throw at you. You just need to close out fights, and you don't have the tools necessarily to do it for the Felons. So gonna have to play a little more defensive-mindedly here when they set this next fight.
Yeah, and the bot only getting back to be about where it starts here. England's my city does have some ultimates to play with here. Same thing with the Felons. The Shatter comes out from Cryo early, only finds IVQP. Achilles will use the Transcendence early. Inyu, though, going to be able to find IVQP here. And now everyone for the Felons here kind of falling back here down their Rhine.
I mean, yeah, they'll get the last 2 out. I wish they had, unfortunately, gotten all out, but they have a little bit of a space they can give. They got the bot to mid, and they can kind of regroup before this. They'll get a last touch, hopefully, before they lose the lead. That's their hope anyways, but there's 4 ultimates. Make that 5 for England's My City means that this fight just got infinitely harder.
3 minutes in the time bank right now. The grab coming out here from Witty Weave. Sci-Fi going to throw their bomb in here, try to get everyone away. Inyu will fall. The bomb, though, does find lunch there. That's a huge pickoff there for England's My City here. But now the Transcendence coming out from Ascend as Nico uses a grab of their own. IVQP charges the wrong opponent. There's Shatter the Shatter and the B coming out there as Sci-Fi will find Cryo there. The Felons just trying to keep this very slim lead here. England's My City is picking up kills, but the Felons are picking up more.
That was 4 ultimates spent in, and unfortunately to lose that fight for England's My City is a bit tragic. That was theirs to lose in this case, and now they'll have to try to get it back. They'll have to try to get it back here with just the Shatter on board. That's not going to do well. You have Rally and Bomb across you, plus Trance coming in. And this is just going to have to be, you know, they have to take this fight early because they can't afford to give up a ton of space on this bot.
No, they cannot, but I like what the Felons are doing here. They're pushing the bot up, falling back once England's My City comes in. Now, Sci-Fi with a bomb from the side is able to find Kermie. The Shatter comes out here, does only find Lunch, and that's going to be the only thing England in My City finds here as the Felons just keep rolling through.
Nope, Ascend had a nice lunch there for a brief moment, but lunch was canceled apparently. For now, they'll get this and they'll extend the lead. The forward spawns are there, means that England has a much bigger holded deep out of. Yeah, I said that wrong. I don't care anymore. No ultimates are coming into all of theirs, but the Felons have the ability to push aggressively with Trance, Grab, and Shatter, so they should just need to push aggressively to keep this cart rolling.
Shatter coming out here from IVQP does not find anyone. Instead, it's IVQP falling by the hands of Ascend. Witty Weave picking up Cheeto Chomper as well. And if you're the Felons here, I don't know how much longer you actually try to stay in this fight. Get those forward spawns, meet them at the initial starting point.
Yep, you die quick, and you get ready to take this at mid. It was going to be yours to lose anyway, so that's fine. You'll have Graviton Surge, you'll have Transcendence, and you'll come into Sound Barrier eventually. Meanwhile, England is My City. They have the same thing on opposing you, but their general ult bank is a little bit curter, so they'll have to get those sooner, and they should be able to swing this if they commit them sooner.
Kermie will find Nico here out early. That's a huge pick. Shield Chomper down as well. England is My City winning this team fight here that they desperately need. And Sci-Fi not going to feed into it. Just going to go back and meet up with their team.
Yeah. I mean, England and My City could also just, find a pick and not have to commit any ults and then just go in the next fight with 5. That's even better for them. Means that this lead is looking ripe for the picking. And Felons only have Trance and Sound Barrier on the opposite side. Grab will have to be used defensively here.
Yeah, and Nico waiting for a good opportunity to use it as long as Inyu is there. It could be Ian, and Inyu already has the Ian 1 grab from Nico this round. But right now the Felons doing what they need to do, contesting the spot on that high ground. The grab coming out does capture a lot, but the Shatter from Cryo will find 4. The Transcendence, though, from Achilles is going to save everyone as VQP going in, finding 2 picks early. The beat coming out here from Kermie. It's a desperation ultimate right now for them, and they're losing numbers and not how you want to see it.
No, this is last fight too, so if they just manage to win this out, means that they will get control and take it. They'll take the bot back, and yeah, that's all she wrote there.
The Felons will be going back to the grand finals here.
A great run back from them. We talked about it earlier, but they had a great run back from that losers bracket after previously losing to England is My City. So you have to be excited if you are the Felons. The jailbreak is live and you are going into the finals. And I mean, I think a lot of it does have to kind of, they aren't the play of the game here, but Sci-Fi, really did so much work on that diva across all of these maps, and finding so much value between just putting those bombs in, recognizing when they needed to commit their resources. Just kudos to them, because they absolutely were a key to a big part of their success.
Yeah, and I want to also give, like, I gave a shout out to IBQP and Achilles.
Yeah.
With that role swap there and the sub in there, it really did work out for them in the end there, and I felt like that was a very solid team there for the Felons. But I believe this is actually going to be the first time the Felons are going up against Purple Team here in the grand finals. And remember, Purple Team has yet to drop a map in the bracket.
Yep, you climb that first mountain, and now you've got, Kilimanjaro in front of you, because there's the undefeated squad. You have to take it on, and that's the grand finals now. So it's all on the line here, and there's pride to be had in making it this far, but you really you really do want to take it to Purple Team. You really want to try to, at least if nothing else, get a map off of them. So they'll catch a quick reprieve, and they'll have a chance to take it to them in the finals.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a very fun finals here for these two teams, and overall the Felons here going to try to complete that losers bracket run and cap it off with a grand finals victory. The Felons, I cannot speak. Purple Team looking to keep their perfect bracket alive. Everyone, we're going to take a quick break. Make sure you stick around here though for the NA console grand finals.
Because nothing can compete with it. Lao Tzu.
Name straight, new wave. 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 Yo. Cash and the ticket is yours. Cash and the ticket is yours. Yo. Cash and the ticket is yours. Cash and the ticket is yours. Got lots of love. Love. 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 Got lots of love. Love.
Feel my heart, it's beat tight. Oh, my body's breathing, it's just you and me. Feel my heart, it's beat tight. Oh, my body's breathing, it's just you and me. I'm so caught in this, we're so lost deep in it, can't stop. I'm forever the one you call. Let's free fall. I'm so caught in this, we're so
Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side, my love. You say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. You say you wanna cry, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. I don't know what you want. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side, my love. You say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose.
welcome back, everyone. It is time for the grand finals of the Console NA Open tier right now. It's the Felons versus the Purple Team. The Felons come into this one winning the losers bracket finals here, and the Purple Team comes in this one riding high, not dropping a map in the bracket, not dropping a map overall here. They're looking for perfection right now, Soav.
Yeah, the perfect run is live, and they need 4 maps to close it out, but they do have the Felons, who they have not seen yet prior. Felons had to run themselves back through and again get that grudge match versus England in the city, as we just saw. So, Felons warmed up, ready to go. They're feeling, they're vibing, they are ready to go. But Purple Team, I mean, it's hard not to want to root for them when they got that perfect run right there.
Yeah, but Soav, we're gonna talk about maps here right now.
Do we have
and when
to?
you think of a map that we should play first, what map is it?
We should play first. Well, I think we should be playing Busan, but where we're actually going to go is Lijiang Tower. As we all know, we're just going to call it the map. Look, if you don't already see the map order in front of you laying out, without us putting it there, you haven't been watching GOATs long enough, but Lijiang Tower is just like, it's the go-to. Everybody knows it, everybody scrims it, everybody loves it. It is arguably one of the flattest maps where you don't necessarily need to contest too much high ground, so it has kind of become the standard for our GOAT-based control maps.
Yeah, let's basically just kind of lock this in right now. We're going to see Lijiang. We're going to see probably Kings Row, and then we're going to see Havana. Those are going to be our first 3 maps. If we see any...
Yep, Fraud's already like, we already know it. You know what? I would even hazard to guess. I would feel I'm not 100% comfortable in Havana, but I'm looking to take that guess. I don't think we'll see Coliseo on 4, though.
I don't think we will either.
I think 4 is the question mark.
I think we'll go back.
I think 4 is the question mark. But stay with us as we extend on this journey. We're starting on Lijiang Tower, and the other thing that's pretty much set in stone also is these team comps. There hasn't been a lot of versatility. It's been a lot of Zenyatta in that flex support spot. No Winston. I'm sad. No Monkey has been seen in this entire event, at least by me. So, it's going to be fine. I do wonder where some of these things go. A couple of people on Purple Team to shout out. Rhine Guy, not on Rhine, is they think the interesting one. Picking up the main support Lucio is going to be very interesting to me because Worth is an incredible Rhine player. We've seen them play. And on the other side, Felons, they are staying with what worked for them. QP, and Achilles in those particular roles we saw them in prior to the swap. That worked for them. That's what got them here. I see no reason to change that for them. So, very interested to see what happens when these two teams collide on the center, because this is going to be one heck of a grand finals, Dex.
One heck of a grand finals indeed. First of 4, at least 7 maps will be played here. If we somehow get 8, I'll be surprised here. But again, we're starting off here on Night Market. Each team just going to run straight into each other right now. Purple Team wants to be very aggressive here. And honestly, that's what you want to have in a GOATS team. A team that is just hyper aggressive, as SGP and Hax are going to be able to find the first couple picks here.
Yeah, that's going to be basically it. Ryan and Brigida down means main damages are done. Vinny will clean it up and maintain that 90% charge going into the next fight, so they'll take this pretty clean here. Yeah, I mean, that's what you'd expect from an undefeated team. They'll take that first fight, and they'll have quite a bit of ult charge to go on it. 70 on, 3, and I mean, they're just going to take the fight aggressive. They are going to push this and hold this choke point as quick as they can. They'll get those ultimates first, and as they send those out, it should just continue to snowball in their favor.
Worth already has that Shatter ready to go to use it immediately. Gets blocked by everyone. Nico does get stunned there, but they are close to a grab here. However, a lot of members of the Felons already low on health here. The damage coming in from the Purple Team is just too much at the moment.
Oh man, that Purple team is leaving them purple from all that damage out there. And I gotta shout out something that I was a little bit concerned about in this future match, is that Sci-Fi trying to take those flank angles and those side angles as they have in the previous rounds is very likely to get punished. They will continue to try to find value, so watch out for the Sci-Fi bomb coming in. They'll have 5 ults total for the Felons coming in, but 4 on the opposite side for Purple Team. Looking for this grab here. Oh, great read.
And right now, Nico going to be taking out the bomb from Ricky. Finds 2. Haxer finds 1 more. And they're looking for a team kill here. However, I believe the last member of the Felons able to escape.
Yeah, managed to get back into their self for now. But, I mean, that was a cheap fight. It cost you 2. It cost you self-destruct and Graviton Surge. And, I mean, you still have so much. Felons now have all 6. They were disciplined and didn't send anything, so they should be able to sustain here.
Transcendence coming out. Here comes the grab from Nico. The beat and the Transcendence coming out from Purple Team right now. Nico will finally take the first member of Purple Team here. It will be SJP going out. Now the Felons going to try to capitalize on this. Ryan guy falls as well. So does Worth. The Felons here going to be able to win a team fight and take the point for the first time.
I mean, it's just in the nick of time too. At 90% means that they have to win out perfectly here, because a loss means round is over. It did also cost them everything in their bank. So, 50% to a couple of ultimates. Purple Team also pretty much on their way to most of everything. They'll have grab, they'll have rally, and I mean those two ultimates used aggressively. That's enough to win.
Yeah, absolutely right there. Benny gonna be close to it. SJP almost has that rally as well, like you said. Nico though could get a grab here pretty soon for the Felons to give him some hope here, but
Nope.
Worth actually dying is a huge pick there, because we talked about so much last series, and the Purple Team is gonna fall back. Ryan guy though not gonna be fast enough on the Lucio to get out. And, oh no. Gotta. Okay. Worth
That's a DC.
disconnected.
That's
oh
a
no,
DC
it's gonna
save.
it's gonna happen all
That's a
over
DC save.
again.
Look, it wouldn't be a grand finals if we didn't have an element of suspense into it, especially given that Purple Team, they lost their first fight. They've got to build this in. F in chat for Worth's ultimate charge. It'll grow back quick, but this does, it is a little bit of a hurt going into a pause and a disconnect like this.
Maybe a blessing in disguise here for the Felons, maybe. I mean, like you
Yeah.
said, they lose all that ult charge. They were close to a shot, or maybe even already had it. But they died pretty early in that team fight. Sci-Fi able to find them there. Sci-Fi not necessarily on an off angle there. I think they're just poached up really high on that ledge that they normally see the Sim TPs take.
Yeah, I mean, they're trying to get that information. You're trying to keep your team just knowing where they can find a pick or find an isolation. And that has been, those divas getting that information and talking it through has been so important in all of that. And I think given, again, Sci-Fi catches those off angles, really needs to make sure they don't get punished. It's so easy if you take that side angle and get this, just get a little bit away from the team, that the entirety of Purple Team just decides, oh, Diva's isolated, let's just go pounce right on that. And that's your second pick or your first pick that you don't want to go into a fight with.
Absolutely. But I want to see when we get back into the game here, how the Felons are going to be able to kind of have this momentum now. They have the momentum. Are they going to be able to keep it going, or are they going to immediately go back to maybe the Purple Team trying to regain it here? Because Purple Team does have some ultimates coming into this one. I mean, you have a grab ready, you have a rally ready, you're close to a Transcendence. I think a bomb's ready for them as well. The Felons, on the other hand, that early pick allowed Nico to hold on to that grab. You still have your own Transcendence, about to have a bomb ready as well. And by the time the next fight really gets started, there should be a shatter ready and there should be a beat ready for them.
Yeah, like you're coming into your wealth of ultimates, and sometimes it's just, as we've seen it a couple times even here on stream, sometimes just having more of those duos available to you in the macro sense just wins you the fight. So, I mean, Purple Team also, they have time. They have patience to play on this. They only need to win the one fight, and even if they just get in there, save up for 6, and then win that way, that's enough for them. The other thing to shout out for, Purple Team's favor here is that, this is a team that, again, undefeated. They have not dropped a single map, so they are riding high and they are feeling that energy. These kinds of moments might, you just got to keep pushing through, because these kinds of moments could put a damper on those kinds of vibes.
Yeah, absolutely. And I feel like, if they do drop a map here in this series, you're gonna see them respond in two ways: either really mad and not drop a map from there, or maybe just have their entire mental just kind of broke there and be fighting every map very closely from here on out. We're still kind of waiting on Worth to get back in.
This is concerning
to the game here. So we're going to take a quick break. Not what we want to do, but we're going to take a quick break here and be right back once everyone is back in the lobby and ready to play. All right, welcome back, everyone. We're still in the middle of Lijiang Tower here, still on the first point. Worth has joined back in, so when the game has gotten started back up, we'll immediately hop right back into this one here. But so have, the Felons finally being able to cap the point here and winning a team fight there really did give them a lot of momentum here. Do you think they're going to be able to snowball into potentially winning this first point?
I mean, at this point, it very is likely, especially with this timer slowly running out. Worth has had a little bit of time. He'll get back in the nick of time, but
Oh no.
he just DC'd again means that they are likely going to have to play. Purple team's going to likely have to play this man down, and that is not how you want to do that. That is, you want to talk about something that will mentally boom you and throw you off of your game. Imagine going undefeated to only then just get foiled by disconnection, have to play a map 5v6 and then try to win from that's booming.
Yeah, it would be. But I feel like this purple team. I mean, I'm not gonna. Purple
It's
team
not
might be-
impossible.
It's not impossible. It is not impossible. But the biggest thing is you're losing a Rhine. You're losing a tank. If you lost the support, I feel like maybe you could still do it. But losing a tank, I feel like hurts them a little bit more here. He is joining back, so maybe we have a shot here that he'll be able to get back in.
I mean, it's fine. Let's talk about that for a minute. Because what happens if they do have to do that? Like, you can't. Like, who do you really make the cut here in goats? And that's kind of the problem and the question mark to it all. That's why you couldn't keep this in 5v5 because every member has kind of been so essential. And if it comes down to it, who do you cut? I kind of think you kind of have to give up either the Diva or like it kind of has to be either the Diva or the Zen in some cases. Like Zen with Discord it was too big, but like you kind of just have to give up the Diva at that point.
Yeah, it looks like we are heading back into
Oh,
the map
boy.
here. Looks like Worth is back and ready for some action here. Remember, no ult charge. He was very close to a shatter last time we saw them.
Yeah, so they're going to have to take this to just kind of just quickly refresh. They'll have 2 support ultimates up, plus Graviton Surge, plus Self-Destruct. So, I mean, they have a bit of an ultimate pool here that they can play with. So one good push after a quick, fire up from that, getting past these ultimates might be all it needs.
The grab and the bomb coming out here from the Felons. Achilles will only find Worth here, but the bomb will get rid of Ricky's mech, and Achilles will take care of them too. And if you're a purple team, you're completely fine losing that team fight. However, SJP did use their rally there.
Yeah, rally is pretty high value in this comp. You're kind of a little unhappy with that, but I think given that you're at 70%, you have 1 or 2 fights left, and you pulled out a couple of ultimates there, you're mostly happy. The problem is they got the rally of their own and sound barrier ups. All 3's defensive ultimates means the Felons have this on lock.
Shatter comes out here to try to stop it. Worth, they're going to be able to find IVQP here. The Transcendence from Achilles not going to be able to save them there. Cheeto Chomper gets taken out by Ryan. The Shatter from Worth hits all 3 members of the Felons. Achilles down, Lunch down, Sci-Fi out of this fight, and Purple Team will retake this point.
There's a chance for a last-second touch. It might be the Lucia. The Ryan is check-in, maybe see if they can make it in time, and I think they don't think it's going to make it. They'll die before the touch, and that's going to be all she wrote there. And Purple Team, it was questionable for a moment there, but you sigh of relief and you move on because that was a pretty big ultimate bank you overcame there. All 3 of those defensive ultimates were up, and you were able to win through it. I think that has to be a little bit of that's a big chin up there. You fought through the worst of the Felons' position that they had, so you're going into this with a pretty good shot. As we go to control center here, I mean, it's going to be no changes. It's going to be the question mark of where do we want these to set. And Purple Team, like you said, like we kind of were saying, you're going to come back from that little bit of a problem with quite a different mental here.
Yeah, but I think after winning that first map, I feel like their mentals are maybe stabilized here a little bit. They're back to probably where they were. I mean, once they got all back up to full strength, Worth got that Shatter up, ready to go, used it, won the team fight, won the point, and that ended up winning them that point right there. So I feel like they're going to be perfectly fine hanging into this point right here. And you immediately see what they did. They're doing the exact same thing they did on Night Market, just straight up W keying into the entirety of the Felons here. Ricky, though, getting incredibly low, has to back out so they don't lose that mech.
Yeah, that mech is still important. Even the D mech is still really huge here. They'll get those shatter. They'll get those ultimates a little bit faster too. SJP is already neck and neck for that rally. So taking the Brigida out first here is a crucial pick.
Yeah, and you saw Nico there had that beam incredibly strong right there. But still, each team looking for the first pick here. The stun coming out there from SJP, who does use the rally here. And off the back of SJP's rally, the purple team going to cap the first point and win this first team fight.
It was a pretty costly, but you built everything you wanted off of it. You'll have Trance, you'll have Shatter, and all your other ultimates are coming in. Meanwhile, IVQP is a little bit behind in the Shatter race now, so they'll get it later in the fight. Nico is a bit behind in grab, so an aggressive take from Purple Team means that they should win this out.
Shatter coming out here from Worth does find 4 members of the Felons here. No one dying just yet. The Transcendence coming out here from Achilles. I do want to mention this. Cheeto Chomper did use their rally last team fight. Now the grabs coming out from both sides. The bomb coming out from, I believe, both Divas. Won't necessarily find anyone here. Cheeto Chomper, though, trying to find anyone. Vinny, though, will find Achilles. It will be traded out for Worth, Vinny, and Ricky. So the Felons doing what they need to do here to take point here for the first time.
Hey, 50% is still better than the last time you took it, and you'll take that. You really don't want to let that Lucio live, but they will. Let's not get punished for chasing out the Lucio, and that's another disconnect from Purple Team. Worth again just been fighting with this. It's, you know, it was bound to happen again, but at the same time, you hate to see it. It's, you know, they're going to run this clock a little bit longer. It's going to get a little bit closer, but, you know, Purple Team, it does give them a chance to kind of catch a breath and kind of regroup their mental in some regards. So, you know, a blessing and a curse for this DC.
Yeah, but I mean, like you said, that clock is getting progressively lower here for Worth. And at a certain point here soon, they're not going to be able to rejoin the game. It will be a 5v6 or a map forfeit here for Purple Team. And they won't want to lose their first map. Oh, never mind. They can join.
They can join mid-map.
Never mind. But I mean, still, Purple Team being down a man here, not necessarily what you want to see for them.
Yeah, it looks like it will be the 5v6. That timer has run out. So if Worth does come back and manages to reconnect in time, they will be able to get back into this. So it's again, like you said, this is not where you want to be for Purple Team. You know, you've made it this far without dropping a map, and then to kind of get beat up by connection issues and have to try to play this out in a 5v6 is such a difficult spot to be in mentally.
Yeah, absolutely. I believe we will be heading back in a 5v6 here in a moment. I think we are letting the teams know about timer and everything here, but it's going to be really interesting to see how this 5v6 plays out here a little bit. I mean, you have to give the advantage to the Felons. They're up a man. They still have the 3 tanks, 3 supports, and you're going to really have to wonder, you know, does Purple Team, you know, sacrifice one of their supports here to play a tank, or do they just wait for Worth to get back in?
It's really tough. You almost can't play without the Reinhardt. The Reinhardt is the frontal shield block, so it's going to be like a tough spot. I think if anything, you have to just sacrifice the Diva. You aren't necessarily eating a lot of damage. Discord Orb is still kind of going past you anyways. The only thing you're eating is the Zen, and that's what makes this comp so loved by all, but also so difficult to master in a lot of ways, is because taking apart even one piece makes this comp just fall apart in some way. That means there's a weakness that can be exploited, and playing with that weakness means that you are just going to have this uphill climb.
Yeah, absolutely. But, you know, just looking at right now, Felons finally able to win a fight, get the point. 53%, like you mentioned, that is a lot better than what was on Night Market. 91% there, 53% here. They do have a couple ultimates that are about to be ready. A rally is about to be ready. IVQP 65% on a shatter, but they've been able to throw some fire strikes in there and get a lot of ult charge off of that. And we've seen how fast some of these Zaryas have been able to build up grabs, essentially having them for one team fight and then building them up for the next team fight as well.
Yeah, the high damage of the Zarya and the Brigitte are still in there, even without the Reinhardt. So it looks like we're going to have to just go in as it is shortly. That timer is running out. Yep. It's going to be a 6v6. Worth made it back in time, so we'll get back in there with the full 6. And, you know, I love a good suspense next, but like this, they can't keep doing this to me. My heart can't handle it, man.
Yeah, it's... as Worth said there, my bad, he believes they are being DDoSed at the moment. But I mean, right now they're waiting for Worth to make their pick before they really go back in, because like we talked about throughout the night here, there they go. Yep. There they go. So 5v6 here. You really can't play without a Ryan here. So like you said, maybe give up the Diva here.
That's probably just going to have to be the case. They're just going to hold and see where it goes. That charge is going to hold, and you can see Felons are just kind of poking and seeing. They don't have a timeout to use here. They're going to respectfully give the space here and just take what it is. We're going to see how this plays out. Worth makes it back in time. There's the pause. There's the DC pause. Yeah, we are. It just looks like it's gonna be. We're gonna take a quick break while we get this figured out. So hang tight. Hang tight. We're gonna get this all figured out in a moment.
Yeah. 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 Memories. Memories. Yeah. Memories. Memories.
Our inside here, you get an insight and you know something, but you don't want to say it out loud because you're kind of afraid that it's not going to be really true and it'll spoil the whole thing for you, But when somebody makes you say it,
All right, we're back. Worth is back, hopefully for the rest of the game. But right now, the Felons are really going to take the lead here off of Purple Team, waiting to see if Worth would come back before we took that pause.
Yeah, they got a lot of free real estate. In addition to that, a lot of free ultimates, so this fight is going to be in their favor, but not set in stone yet.
Yeah, you see Worth just charging right through, getting back to their team, putting in a good fire strike there, already 50% on a shatter here, and they're able to take care of IQP. Cheeto Chomper will fall as well, and Purple Team going to be able to have a quick team fight win here. They just need to get rid of Sci-Fi.
Yeah, they are. You can tell the fire is lit inside of them now with how Worth just went in recklessly swinging on that. And I can't blame them. They'll have 5 ults up, and they'll continue to push this up. 73 is the number to beat as they have to get past this. They'll hold this close spawn, and Felons don't have everything except for Rally, so it's going to be a bit of a toss-up, a little bit more sustained for Purple Team going into this as these unfold should go their way.
Grab comes out here from Nico. The Transcendence coming out from Haxor. Sci-Fi will find one with that bomb there. It will be worth a huge pickoff for them. Now the bomb coming out here from Ricky will not find anyone. The beat coming out here from both Lucios as we go into slow-mo here. Vinny trying to just pump in as much damage as they possibly can. Nico, though, will find Ryan Guy. That's a huge pickoff here for the Felons.
That is a huge pick. Ryan and Ryan Guy down means that this fight will flip back. Worth with the shatter on the return, though.
Is able to find one, but that might be the only thing they get here. However, I believe Ryan Guy might currently be on point. Maybe Ricky. They're just going to try to get us up to 1 fight territory here.
Yeah, they're already well at 1 fight territory, just trying to tip it to overtime for the time being, and maybe pull out any straggling ults. This is going to be an important last fight here. Felons will have Trance, they'll have Shatter, Self-Destruct, and I mean they'll have 5 of 6 going into this. Gives them a great position. Purple Team spent everything to try to hold that. They'll have Rally as this starts, so they'll have to use it aggressively here and try to make a point.
Here comes the grab from Nico. Right there, not going to be able to find anyone off the back of that. The shatter from IVQP is huge, though. Finds 5 right there. Bomb coming out from Sci-Fi will find Ryan Guy here. They're going to be able to get back in their mech. Many will find Cheeto Chopper, but that might be the only thing Purple Team finds here. We are in overtime now. The grab coming out here from, I believe, it's Vinny in that upper room. The bomb now coming out from Ricky.
It's quite back and forth here. Ultimates are spent now, so we're in the neutral.
The Purple Team actually coming through with this one right now. Just have to get rid of this diva of Sci-Fi. They're going to be able to. And Worth with the shatter there onto Nico to shut them down. Purple Team going to be able to take this point. Cheeto Chopper dies right there. And the Felons will not be able to get back in time. And Purple Team keeps their perfect map streak alive.
It was hard fought for them. They had to suffer quite a lot of disconnects and some problems there, but they refused to go down here. And, kudos to them for it. I think that ending kind of shows a lot. They have just been the stronger team in the neutral of the GOATs in a lot of ways, really kind of winning by just the micro abilities and making sure they speed on correctly, making sure they have that bash ready for the Reinhardt. And it really has shown just how strong of a team they are, why they're here undefeated. And, they'll go on to take that round 1, but it's, Felons, no disservice to them. They looked strong there. Those moments where they were in control, where they had the ult advantage, looked very, very good. So, still quite a mountain ahead of Purple Team to have before they claim victory.
Yeah, and you have to give the Felons a lot of credit as well. 9-9 to 9-9 on both points there. Could have gone either way there. Purple Team able to come through, though, in the end. And honestly, I feel like this is going to be a really close series, but it really comes down to whoever's going to be able to hold on to their ultimates till the end of most team fights. That's normally how it is with GOATs anyway. You don't necessarily want to use all your ultimates very early because then you're just allowing the other team to respond back with ults of their own.
Yeah, I mean, you do want to try to catch them off. You want to commit your ultimates into points where they feel advantageous. Sometimes that is going to be, yeeting a grab to front, catching 1 or 2 out. I think the thing that a lot of players sometimes struggle with is that we're so used to seeing plays get made that are like huge, big 4, 5, 6 diva bombs, these team wipes. Sometimes just getting that single isolation onto a Brigitte or a Zenyatta and finding that value is just plenty of enough. And, hey, let's not waste anybody. Let's not keep anybody in suspense because it's map 2, which means it's King's Row time.
Can I sell you on King's Row? I mean, who doesn't love King's Row? Who would not want to watch King's Row? Map after map after map after map. Trust me, we've tried to sell something else, but King's Row always is our top seller.
On the plus side, we're 2 for 2. I mean, that's pretty good for us on understanding how these teams are playing, and I think that's kind of the difference maker, right? Is Purple Team has been in the heads of many of their opponents, including the Felons here. So, looks like they will go in, and I believe they are going to be attacking first for Purple Team. So, gonna set the pace, gonna set the tempo, and gonna just lead the way out here.
Yeah, remember I've been saying this now. I've been saying
I agree with you.
If you're picking sides, if you have won the last map, especially going into a hybrid map or an escort map, pick attack first. Keep that momentum up. The Felons, they're having to come back into this map here. Yeah, they looked really good in map 1, but they lost 2 maps 9-9-9-9. While you could look at it very positive and say, hey, we were very close, just lost 1 team fight. You can also look at it very negatively, saying we were so close, yet we just couldn't get over the hump.
Just got to keep that mental up, especially when you look at Purple Team. They have been, undefeated. They are a dominant force. I don't think it's a shame to say you got to keep your head up and keep that as a positive there. No swaps coming in and across the board anywhere. Unshocking for me. No player swaps as well. The difference makers really has been, I think, the aggression points here. Felons have been struggling to really kind of take maps onto their fight, but think about Worth's just run back in shatter. That is a fearless Reinhardt, and sometimes that fearless aggression from the Purple Team is what gets you there. Being able to just take a fight at where you want it and set it at your pace does so much in GOATS.
Yeah, absolutely. And you're going to see Ricky do this. I saw this earlier. I like when Divas do that. Get on that high ground, try to pump in some damage, force the other team back. And look at Purple Team just charge straight through the choke point and force the Felons back already. The Felons are going to allow Purple Team here to get a tick. But once they get around 2 ticks, you might see them try to take this fight to point. However, that's not happening just yet.
No, the Lucio's isolated too on that other side, so now they finally will. But, I mean, that's a first pick for Purple Team, means that this is basically over.
Yeah, especially with it being IVQP, you see 2 more members of that team fall, and now Purple Team can get very aggressive here. Achilles not going to be able to escape. Worth charging in there, and it'll be a long respawn for them. And we have a member of the Purple Team that is left.
Interesting. Looks like probably going to be a DC, so we'll get that drop in a second. But that, I want to jump back to that while we're waiting for this pause to come in, because that was the aggression that Purple Team really have been struggling with. So they are out of time. They're gonna have to play this. So the missing player is the Zarya. Vinny will come back in, lose charge, unfortunately. They should be back in ASAP, but they'll be playing. There's no pauses anymore, so Purple Team has to ride this the best they can.
Yeah, Shadow coming out here from Worth will not find anyone here. Vinny DCing that was bad because they did have that. They were very close or had that grab ready to go there, but Hacks are going to pop their Transcendence as well. He's going to slow mode here. Lunch does pop the beater to keep everyone alive. Ricky throwing that bomb in on a wing and a prayer. They're going to be able to find Achilles there and get rid of Sci-Fi's mech. So Purple Team, even down 1 man early in this team fight, finding the kills they need.
I mean, it was like you said, would that ultimate have made a difference? Maybe it would have been a little bit of a cleaner fight, but Purple Team refusing to go down and refusing to do it. They'll get the D-Mech, and that is a big gain. That is something. The D.Va, from Ricky not having mech is going to be a little bit of a problem going into this fight, but they do have Sound Barrier, they have Shatter going into it. Counter across them, I mean, they'll take all this space, and I mean, this is the aggression that they hold. This is what's gotten them this far, right? They are taking the fight to their opponents, and I have to assume that's what's gotten them this far. Felons have ultimates online now, 4 up, and they'll get Rally in the mid-fight. They should be able to put their foot down at the end of B here. They just need to not lose their main tank first.
Yeah, but Purple Team will get up their tank ultimates here really quickly. Ricky, though, has to fall down. The grab coming out here from Nico. The beat coming out here from Ranga, because that's all they have. Haxor now going to throw out the Transcendence as well, try to keep everyone supported. Ricky does throw the bomb out, not going to be able to find anyone. Both Shatter come out at the same time. It's IVQP's the one that finds anything there. Still, no one died yet in this team fight. Both Zarya's beams are at 100% here at the moment as we go into slow mode here. Still just waiting on the first death here. And Ricky getting almost D-Mech. They will get D-Mech. Lunch will pop the beat here to keep everyone for the Felons alive in this one. And that one, in my opinion, might just win them the team fight.
that late barrier is pretty much everything you needed out of it. As long as you can clean this up, that should be fine, and they will get the cleanup. Nico will fall, so at least you take the charge with it, and I think that's kind of the okayest consolation prize you'll get going into this. So it looks like that's just going to be that. 3 minutes and 30 on the clock as we set around, and there will be a pause coming in. It looks like Felon's taking the pause here for a moment, so not sure exactly what they're needing it for. Maybe just taking the tactical pause to throw that. But counterpoint here, every time Purple Team has come back from a pause, they have absolutely been mad and they have won those fights. So, I mean, we'll see what it is in a second.
And like, I don't know what the pause is for. None of the Felons have necessarily DC'd. Like you said, a tactical pause maybe, but I feel like that's a very weird thing to do. But we have found out it is a controller DC here. So it looks like someone didn't get their batteries ready.
Just charge your controllers.
Charge them, have batteries ready to go. I mean, but it's a quick pause here. We should be back in the game momentarily.
Unfortunate, but I mean, hey, these Warriors have been playing all day, so I'm not shocked that it happened, and that's just the way it's going to be sometimes. So, minor inconveniences at best, but like we said, Purple Team, after those pauses, have come back fierce.
Yeah, Vinny using the grab here early. Lunch will be the first one to fall here. Worth going to be able to find them with that fire strike. They have that shatter ready to go. Will they use it here? They don't need to anymore. Taking care of IBQP. Point B already capped here for them. And now Worth just charging in. Sci-Fi will jump off the map here to remech, though.
It's the right call. Once you've lost, I've said this if you followed along on any of the nights I've been here. Once you know it's a 5v6, just get out, feed, die, throw yourself off a ledge, whatever it takes, because you need to fight this as a full 6, especially when Purple Team has 4, almost 5 ultimates on board, and you as the Felons have 2 of your 3 support ultimates. You need to get your full 6 going into this to build those support ultimates up, because it's going to be an onslaught coming your way.
Bomb coming out here from Ricky. The grab coming out from Nico. The bomb finds Achilles. Vinny finds one there. The both support ultimates coming out here from Purple Team. Both shatters coming out.
And that's canceled.
And Purple Team actually able to find a lot of value off this one. Hell, the Felons threw everything out there and weren't able to get anything in return.
Oh, that shatter cancel's so upsetting, and Achilles dying with trance means it'll have to get committed to touch point here. It's the only ultimate they have, and it's the only sustain they have. They'll get to point.
Vinny does have a grab ready to go here, so I imagine once this Transcendence goes away, it's going to be popped, and that's exactly what happens. It's going to be a cleanup here for Purple Team. The Shadow does come out from Worth, and that's going to do it for their attacking phase. 3 minutes, 25 seconds in the time bank for them.
That was a dominant fight from them. They dropped 1 fight within that whole run, and that's quite a time bank built up. So, again, I want to shout out their aggressiveness, because that's really been so key to their success here. They understand that they won the fight. They'll chase out anybody who's straggling, anybody who's trying to escape, and then that'll just lead them into more Felons. People who are trying to respawn from the Felons didn't quite come back as the full 6. They'll take the whole space and they'll just continue to push there. So I mean, if you're the Felons, you really do have to be aware. Like, you have to know that Purple Team is just getting in your face and not letting you have that space to breathe. So you have to play into that. I think you can play it, and I think you can bait that. I think you can let them take that aggression and just let them overextend into you. Be aware. Save your speed for a disengage, or in case for when Worth pushes a little too far up or tries to go a little deep, and try to play and find those isolations as quick as you can, because Purple Team is just straight holding W on you, and that has been their key to success, is just aggression and Wing into you.
Yeah, absolutely. But I want to see how the Felons come out here on their attack. I mean, Purple Team pretty much won the first point in one team fight. The Felons, I mean, in my opinion, they don't need to match it. It would help them if they did. I mean, I haven't seen a first point hold here on Kings Row this entire tournament. I'm not expecting to see it here as well.
Ricky reminding us to have a look at the scoreboard, and we know it's 1 up. You still got 3 more to go, Ricky. It's still quite early into King's Row here. No changes coming out, but they will, again, they'll push back aggressively with Felons. They'll take control on the side here. I like this change.
Yeah, I mean, and Ricky just having that high ground right there, able to pump in a lot of damage, but you see our Felons here falling back, letting their Zarya get really charged up here, but IBQP has to fall back. Sci-Fi will get stunned here. I thought they were demech there for a moment. Still no one dying yet. Again, these initial fights really just comes down to who can get an ultimate here first.
Yeah, and I mean, Felons have been struggling in that regard, and you can see that by those shatters and ultimates coming out now.
Oh, Shatter's coming out from both sides. I don't think IBQPs finds any, but Worth does find 2 still. No one has died yet. Bombs coming out here.
No,
Finally, we
Ricky.
see some death. Ricky finds 2.
That means they don't need to submit. They don't need to send in either of those support ultimates. So purple team will hold it for now. The consolation D-mech though is big. It looks like they'll try to get this Ricky's mech back of it. Ricky, the hero of it all, just recognizing, look, there's no Rhine shield, there's no sound barrier in the way. Bomb's going to be successful. Now they have 2 support ultimates up in the way. They'll have it for grab and for self-destruct of their own and of the Felons. And I mean, I have to give it to purple team here. They are looking good to sustain just from that alone.
Yeah, the grab coming out. Here comes the bomb from the Felons as well. The Transcendence will come out from Haxor to keep everyone alive. No one dying here for purple team. The beat coming out as well. And Worth immediately pressing the W button here. The grab also coming out from Vinny will lead to 3, make it 4 kills. And another quick team fight win here for purple team.
You know, you were saying there hadn't been a full hold. I don't want to curse this because it's not impossible. It's still possible, but this is looking a pretty good case for it. Felons will finally start coming into some ults. They'll have Shatter. They'll have Trance. Means there's nothing they can't fight through.
Shatter comes out. It's huge. It finds 3 members already. 2 taken out. There's the 3rd. It's about to be 4, and hell, they're gonna get a 5th as well.
Oh, and they didn't commit Trance. Winning on Shatter alone for purple team feels pretty good. You have self-destruct and rally, so you're just building your wealth back. But Felons, all right, all 3 support ultimates up. Long fights go their way. They should be able to push through this, and they should be able to win. They just need to get past that, and they need to find someone they can isolate while these fights go long.
Raid boss incoming. The Shatter coming out here. Will find Vinny. The bomb coming out from Ricky. Will not find anyone this time as Transcendence comes out here from Achilles. The Felons finally bringing this fight here to point. They just need to try to find a kill to give them something here. And hey, they find a kill. It's on to the one member you probably want to find first of Worth. The Transcendence coming out from Haxor to try to keep everyone alive. But the Felons here have their best opportunity to cap this first point.
This is their best shot at it, and the ultimates are coming back in for purple team, so they need to make this happen before that happens. And Vinny going down with grab is the huge play they needed.
Yeah, they're going to get rid of SJP and Ricky as well. And you immediately see IBQP just charge right in there to try to force the rest of purple team back here. Nico going to be able to find Worth there for just a cherry on top of this team fight.
Yeah, that's a huge pick. The stragglers will get out into the spawn, but that spawn is not going to be safe for much longer here.
Yeah, and look, I love seeing teams do this. The Felons just going in.
Yep. But this is exactly what they needed. They're giving the purple team a taste of their own medicine, and this is exactly what you do. You can't afford to sit here and get bullied, not in a GOATS comp. The passive GOATS team will lose in this format. So purple team pushing it with ultimates, though, means they are back with a vengeance.
Yeah, look at that. The Shatter and the grab invested in that one. Already 4 members down. Sci-Fi just going to go back to spawn, so it's not a team kill as 5 members of the Felons die.
Yep, I mean, getting that full 6 is important. Here comes the frontal hold, so they have 2 of the 3 defensive ultimates up for purple team. They should be able to survive a bunch, but Felons just have a few more in the ult bank in general. They should be able to win it out.
But Worth dying there right now. That gives the Felons a lot of advantage. They might not need to even invest a lot of ultimates that they thought they might have needed to here, especially with Worth dying that early. However, IBQP going to be stunned here by the Brig. The beat going to come out here from purple team. They really want to hold this card right here around bar.
I mean, they'll commit into this too. So, I mean, Felons just need to close it out. It's going to force them a few more ultimates, more than you'd probably wanted, but at least they finally got the cart moving. 2 minutes on the clock and 5 ultimates on board for the Felons. Next push is looking very, very strong, but they got the remech? This is going to be such a late stagger.
You could not allow that to happen if you're the Felons. This just kills more time for them. They get Ricky out of life there once they get out of their mech.
Yeah, they're not going to let that happen twice. Felons are coming into 5 ultimates here. They'll have 6 in the mid-fight from Nico, and I mean, it's just looking good. There's no defense opposing them, so they should just be able to overwhelm them. This is one of those cases where, again, use that aggression you've got, push quickly, catch someone out, make an isolation, and capitalize.
IBQP does have this Shatter ready to go. They do pop it there. They only hit Ricky, though. The grab coming out from Vinny here will be responded to by the Transcendence. Bomb coming out from Ricky won't find anyone as well. Nico, though, will be the first one to find SJP. And the bomb from Sci-Fi will find Ryan Guy. And this is a huge team fight here for the Felons. A team fight win that will definitely secure them the point B.
It was a costly one, but you got to do what you got to do. A minute on the clock suddenly transforms into 3, so you'll take it. Sorry, 230. But purple team, you know, they're building into theirs. They'll have Trance, they'll have Shatter coming up. And again, you can move quickly here. There's no defensives. Nico has this Grav Surge that if they can find an easy target and capitalize quick on it, that's a fight win.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, like you said, Nico holding on this one. They're going to have to try to use it at the perfect time right now. We're seeing a lot of these Zarya's just throw them into the walls to try to capture a lot of the enemy team that's playing it very close. Here comes the grab. It's in that wall. Achilles will find worth there. Hacks are not able to get there in time with that Transcendence. However, SJP will find Cheeto Chomper there. That's a good kind of evening it out there with these this fight.
That is something, and considering the cart will eventually stop. Purple team's coming into their ults now, so suddenly it should turn in their favor here.
Oh, the grab comes out from Benny, and 2 die there. Make it 3 die for the Felons. They're running back to their spawns if they can. Achilles won't be able to save for Nico, and oh, Cheeto Chomper in a really bad spot right there.
They were just walking back and unfortunately caught blindsided on the way out. So an aggressive hold coming out. Purple team, 3 ults on board and still growing the rest. I mean, it's only sound barrier between them, so just for the Felons to get past that, they have Shatter, they have Self-Destruct, they'll have all 3 support ultimates. 5 on board means that they should just be able to overwhelm here. But again, I want to see that aggression from them. They need to play aggressive for success.
Huge Shatter, it finds 3 there, but there's going to be no follow-up on it as Lunch will use the beat. The Shatter coming out from IBQP will not find anyone as well. The bomb now coming out from Ricky has to be huge. It won't be huge for them. The beat coming out from Purple Team as well as they pick up kill after kill. There are already 2 members of the Felons down. Make it 3 and 4 somehow. I thought Lunch would be able to get out of there.
No, unfortunately not. Those headshots doing enough work here. One last push. It's 40 seconds on the clock. And Purple Team holding on a Transcendence rally. 5 ults coming up on board means that they are well positioned to make this hold and give themselves another point on the board. Felons, it's Trance and Grav. There's nothing remotely close. Something has to get value from Nico's Grav here.
The grab coming out here from Benny will respond with
with
the Transcendence, but Ricky's bomb, they find 2. That might be it here for Kings Row. Sci-Fi does find 1 though, but that might be all they get this fight here as Achilles falls, IBQP falls, and now Ricky going to finish the job here on Sci-Fi, who's just trying to get out of here onto the subway.
I mean, there's going to be maybe a last second touch. I don't think they'll make it in time. Zarya did manage to make it.
Shatter coming out here from Worth. They will find Lucio. Vinny finds Nico as well, and no one for the Felons going to be able to get back in time. Purple Team goes up 2-0 in the series.
They are continuing to look dominant even through the struggles that they've been going through. But, you know, Purple Team continues just to be a dominant, you know, leading the fights where they want them to be, taking the aggression straight into the Felons. And the Felons looked the best when they brought it back to them. I think that's the thing to take away from Kings Row here is that when you gave Purple Team a taste of their own medicine and got in their face and denied them the ability to play aggressively, they were human. They fell, they lost fights, and they were able to lose. So, you know, it's a tough loss to take. You're not quite match point yet, but you learned a valuable lesson. Keep out aggressing Purple Team. That's your only chance you're gonna be able to win that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we saw Purple Team on their entire attacking phase there. They were the aggressors every fight, won every fight. The couple of times on the Felons attack, like you said, where they were the aggressors, they were able to win, giving a taste of their own medicine. Exactly what they need to do. That needs to be the prescription for them from here on out in the series. But we're going into map 3 right now. Don't know what the map is yet. We have taken a guess that it will be Havana. I have the feeling, though, we might be wrong for the first time tonight.
We are wrong for the first time tonight as the pick just came in. And you know what? This is just Havana this is Havana at home, honestly. It's Rialto. Like, same basic kind of a map, though. Like, very flat. There's still high grounds you can contest, but for the most part, you know, it's still very trackish, and you're just going to kind of run this forward. So, you know, if we're not going to Havana, this is just Havana at home to me, and I think this is still a good pick. I don't think a lot of teams scrimmed this to me.
I mean, it would be an interesting one to scrim, but maybe because it's in the map pool, maybe you might throw 1 or 2, you know, scrims at it, not necessarily expecting it to pop up anywhere. Because Havana, I mean, even though we have been told it only has been played 14 times throughout the entire tournament, has shown up a lot on stream. And I mean, we did see the Felons, I believe, pick Havana in their last series.
Yeah, so maybe that's a tactical choice. Maybe they know their footage is out there. Maybe they know the tricks are up, so maybe they're digging deeper, and I don't hate that. I think the other question mark is that if you are the Felons, how much have you been paying attention? You know that you should be able to just keep the fight and play aggressively here. The Felons will have the attack first, so they are going to choose to do that. But again, I want to just see them continue to play aggressive and bring the fight to them, because that is when they looked the best and found the most success, is when they were fighting for their life and making Worth have to put up that shield. When Worth is swinging and catching those kind of sneaky shatters out, he is in his space. So really keeping Worth in check by playing aggressively does so much damage there.
Yeah, absolutely. But the Felons attacking here first. I do like this. Actually, no, Purple Team got the pick sides. I thought Purple Team would actually attack first here, continue that momentum we saw from Kings Row. Very dominant on their first round offense, very good on their second round defense. I thought they would try to keep it up here and do another very dominant first round offense here. But my feeling is this Purple Team very confident in their play at the moment. They want to try to hold the Felons to a first point hold and then try to have a very quick offensive round.
Oh yeah, they have no fear. They know exactly what they're doing, and I think that's best exhibited by Ryan Guy here, just taking to the skies and just playing and being that information hawk for them, which is a really, really cool little bit of tech for them. So they'll know exactly what to do, and he'll be able to maybe try to find a cheeky boop incoming.
Oh, I was really hoping for it there, but not close enough on that bridge. But they're coming back in. Not gonna be able to get it that time either, and now they're gonna go back and play support here because they need to at this point. But this is a very good choke point for Purple Team to kind of hold it here as we go into a slow mode. I mean, very close quarters. What you kind of expect from a brawl comp here.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what you'd expect. But the important thing to this is hiding and using this cover. These are small walls that you have to be able to do. And, I mean, the Zen getting caught out like that can't happen.
Oh, and IBQP charges into the cart there. Will be taken out there. But, I mean... Cheeto Chopper falling off the map there. That might be...
That's a reset. That's a tactical reset.
Just a reset. Nico did find SJP, though.
Yeah, that is... Every late pick matters, but the tactical resets are good. But Fight 2 means that Purple Team, I mean, look at it. They are 80+ across all ultimates. They are looking good. And to get all 5 into this, and Ryan Guy get a boop, I assume? That's a great opener.
Ryan Guy finally got the thing that they were looking for right there. Booping probably someone into the canal, and oh, they do it again! This time it's IBQP and Sci-Fi just running back to spawn. Cheeto Chopper jumping off the map yet again.
Look, you might as well join your friends in the river. You might as well have it. And that was a cheap fight for Purple Team. All it cost him was rally. So, I mean, Ryan Guy's putting in the overtime work on the Lucio. If they can continue to find value like that, Felons just are going to continue to struggle. All 6 up for them, though. So, again, just catching Ryan Guy out can be a huge. And there's that catch out. That's what we were looking for.
Oh, and Ricky finds 2. Worth able to convert a 3rd when they're on that charge. Even with the beat and the Transcendence coming out there, nothing could have saved the Felons that team fight.
No, I mean, they did the right thing and found Ryan Guy out, which is what you were hoping to do, but you paid for it by the rest of the team just capitalizing. 2 minutes means 2 fights left there. That pin is huge, though. That's a great aggressive pin. That's what we wanted to see.
Yeah, but a good bubble there. Here comes a shatter from Worth. Will not find anyone. IBQP can now respond with a shatter of their own here. Actually, all 3 members of the Felons, or tank players for the Felons, do have their ultimates ready, and Ryan Guy falling here early is a big thing here for them. They need to try to snowball this into some more kills here. However, IBQP is going to be taken out here by Ricky, and Purple Team immediately going back on the aggression here.
Oh yeah, they sense the blood in the water of the Ryan's death, and they will follow that up. And just look at how quickly and effective they clean up these fights. That has been the case for the most of this. You know, I don't even think Ryan Guy. I think Ryan Guy is still holding that first sound barrier. Also, by the way, I don't think Ryan Guy's committed that first sound barrier. That's still the one from 2 or 3 fights ago. So Purple Team just feeling themselves. They know they can sense the blood in the water, and they want to close this out. They'll have 5 ultimates in the next fight here. I mean, only 1 supportive for the Felons, so this is a tough uphill fight again. They have so much to burn through.
Bomb coming out here from Sci-Fi early. Definitely looking to try to find an early pick. Will not find anyone here. Both grabs coming out here. It's going to be Vinny finding 2 here. The punch to Cheeto Chopper, and then the rest of the Felons falling shortly after.
All right, plus side for Felons, though. You did... Oh, that's a... Okay, that's one way to get back to spawn. That's one way to get back to spawn. Plus side for Felons. You did burn through all of the support ultimates, all the defensive sustain there. So you have that. Ricky's just on this flank going to look for that bomb. And Felons, this is their chance. This is their best chance for it. They have Shatter. They'll have Trance up, and Achilles is Unfortunately, just going to eat that a little too early, so this is their best chance. They have the ultimate advantage. They should be able to push on this. They just have to catch Ricky out and not get caught out by a self-destruct.
Ryan Guy is up there in their spawn at the moment. Definitely looking for another boob. Sci-Fi went up there to just say hello to them. The Transcendence coming up, and Ricky with a 3-man bomb. That might just do it here for the Felons attacking phase. Haxor is able to find Achilles there. The Felons desperately trying to keep this alive here. There's only one member on the cart at the moment, actually getting some distance here. However, they will fall only 41 meters to their round. The
that's
Purple
so
team
tragic.
has a, in my opinion, not a tall mountain to climb here.
No, I would agree with that. All they had to do was avoid Ricky's bomb. That's it. They had it in their favor, and instead they just didn't spot out the diva. They didn't keep tracks on everything, and that's the unfortunateness of it all. So I don't even know how many meters it got. 41 meters is the difference between this map. So
right there.
I mean, if you're oh man, this was your map pick. This was your like ace in the hole in some ways of being like, oh, they haven't seen us play this. This has to work in our favors. If you're the Felons, that is heart wrenching. You have to hold. You don't even really get a second fight. You have to kind of hold this close at bridge, and even that may be too far back. So you might even just kind of write this off and just call it GG go next. Purple team clearly had some wizardry on this map that they just knew what they were doing. And it might just be, honestly, I hate to say this because it sounds so defeatist, but like it might just be a GG go next. You have one fight, you have to be perfect here from out, and Felons have not been able to do that, unfortunately. Even in past matches, they've been working when they've been playing aggressive, but they haven't been able to be perfect on their fight wins.
Yeah, they have. But one thing I want to kind of say right now, Ryan Guy just being able to be essentially the eye in the sky there, and being able to take a lot of
just free
get a lot of a lot of free stuff, and just be honestly a distraction that really worked out for them. And the Felons are doing the exact same thing, the exact thing you said they should do. They're trying to play a close hold right now, and hey, IVQP able to find Worth there, and they get the DMAC here on to Ricky.
Yep, that's huge. That is everything you could hope for out of this. It'll buy you time. You still have 3 fights ahead, but you are now leading in ult charge, and that works in your favor. Just keep them in check as best you can. If you're Felons, you don't have too many shots at this.
Yeah, right now, Benito trying just to melt down Nico. Sci-Fi will find SJP here. So again, finding the early picks, exactly what they need to do, and they've almost in a minute here already.
That is huge, and Ultimate's coming on board now, wanting that. They won that again in the neutral. They didn't commit anything. Achilles does manage to fall, and that might be enough to make this. There will be a quick 6 regroup here. 5 Ultimates are going to be enough for the Felons to hold, but they have to commit them, and Achilles has to float back as fast as possible. That trance is going to be used last, and it's going to have to be the most life-saving thing they have.
Yeah, right now, Ricky able to find IVQP there. That's not who you want to see fall first, because look at Purple Team. They're just picking targets. The Shatter comes out. It finds 3. Nico will die here. They will use their grab. Achilles popping with that Transcendence here, but someone needs to think about the card here.
It doesn't matter. They took so much space. There was never going to be a touch. Once Achilles fell, that was the last dominant needed. Purple Team just got the, that's what you get. Like you talk about, that advantage of attacking first, or to, trying to set the pace first. That was their advantage, was they set their foot in the ground. They said, this is all we need to get. So, kudos to them for it. And Ricky, again, just a nuisance on this diva, finding so much value.
They've been finding value all series long, but so has almost everyone else on Purple Team here. The Felons, again, you want to give them credit. The first 2 maps, I mean, they looked like they had some stuff here for Purple Team. Rialto, though, didn't necessarily look like that.
No, it seemed like they were trying to maybe throw a curveball, and they played right into it. So fortunately for them, they'll get a little bit of a breather to try to regroup here for map 4.
Yeah, but we are going to take a quick 5-minute break. We'll be right back with map number 4 of this series.
Malin. I'm not crazy, Malin. I've just been in a very bad mood for 40 years. 40 years.
Carpe diem. Carpe diem.
Water is the softest and most yielding substance, yet nothing is better than water for overcoming the hard and rigid, because nothing can compete with it. Lao Tzu.
Name straight, new wave. Name straight, new wave. Name straight, new wave. Name straight, new wave. Name straight, new wave.
All right, welcome back, everyone. Right now, Purple Team one map away from perfection here, not dropping a map so far yet this tournament, even in the round robin phases here. But so if we do know what our final map is of the night, and hey, guess what? You were correct yet again.
Yeah. It was going to be Coliseo. I do think that this is the best for brawl comps, and it makes sense. It's probably the one they might have scripted the most, but hey, that means kind of nothing for both of these teams. Purple team's still continuing to look dominant, and I mean, after that performance on Havana, I have to wonder how the Felons are feeling right now, because this is their last shot. This is match point, and you just got pretty bodied on your last pick. Unfortunately, I hate to put it like that, but you got bodied on your last pick.
Yeah, I mean, but coming into this one, Push is in a really weird spot because, again, we've talked about it a lot throughout the last couple of rounds here. This is really the first time a lot of these teams are probably playing Push with goats. I mean, Purple team, I don't think they ever have. I think this is the first time they've ever gone to a map 4. So they have never played Push.
That's actually true. You're actually right on that. I hadn't considered that. They have never seen Push aside from scrims, so that may be the moment that Felons have to exploit here. No changes across the board for teams as to be expected, and I mean, it looks like Felons will get there first, so hopefully they continue to keep that aggression up, because that is, again, that's going to be their key to success, is just out-aggressing this purple team.
Yeah, and right now, I mean, we saw this in the EU final as well. Each team just kind of wants to play around the bot, but Purple team actually wants the Felons to come fight them away from the bot. I actually kind of like this.
This is what they do. They're daring them to fight on their ground where they want to be able to play. They have the better cover there, and if the Felons give them and meet them there, they are going to lose.
Ricky flying back out to get some support here. No meterage at the moment right now. Each team still looking for the first pick here, and again, it's gonna probably come down to whoever is able to get who's ever gonna be able to get the first ultimate.
I mean, it's still buying, but no, Worth will fall, and that is a great opening for the Felons. They'll clean it up.
Yeah, exactly what they need, especially finding SJP and Vinny there as well. Ricky just gonna fly straight into the middle of the Felons there, so they can get the sweet embrace of death right there and respawn with the rest of their team.
Yeah, that's what you're looking for. Felons will come into pretty much all their ults. Shatter, not quite there as IVQP. Fell a little bit behind, had to do a lot more shield duty, so need to move quickly here. Purple team is catching up to theirs. They have sound barrier up. They'll have for the Felons, so I mean, these ultimates have to get used aggressively to their advantage to really capitalize.
Yeah, right now they probably need to start using them a little bit early. SJP able to find Achilles out is not what you want to see. If you're the Felons here, the beat will come out from lunch to try to keep everyone support, but the grab coming out from Vinny will be responding with the grab from Nico, and the beats from both teams right now. Still looking for the next pick here. IVQP able to escape with their lives there. The rally coming out here from Cheeto Chomper here, but those Shatter from Worth finds one, and it converts into 3 more. No, make it 4 more kills.
Ooh, yep, the Felons didn't quite move quick enough. Purple team got their ultimates online, and that was what it was. So they didn't have to spend everything either. They'll keep Trance and Bomb here. So I'm pretty sure Purple team knows there's no sound barrier opposing them. So Ricky, that's where you can see Ricky's kind of setting up, taking an off angle, looking for a spot, knows that this is where they're going to place this bomb. Felons still have the Trance of their own and Shatter coming up, but this is going to be a difficult spot for them. Looks like did he get? I don't think he got caught out there.
Ricky's still kind of waiting for it. Might just hold on to this bomb and regroup with their team here. That's probably the smart play right now. Felons could keep this lead right now if they want to engage this fight, and they're going to try to do it, not allow Purple team to get this lead. The Shadow, though, coming out from Worth, it finds 5. The bomb from Ricky will find 2 more, and it's a great team fight win here for Purple team.
Great patience out of Purple team. That's what it takes you to get undefeated and get here, so they'll keep the bot moving. They'll get the lead with that. It was inexpensive too. They'll have all 3 support ultimates up for Purple team, but nothing to aggress with, so they'll have to use this space as a meter. Felons on the other side, I mean, it's 6 up. They have 6 up. They should just be able to win by the sheer number. 6 is greater than like 2 or 3, so they should be winning by numbers.
Yeah, especially finding Worth there early. Yeah, the numbers advantage definitely on their side, no matter which way you're looking at it. Ryan Guy falling as well, and you might see the rest of Purple teams shortly follow the rest of their team here to their own deaths. Not necessarily in any way a winning fashion here for them.
It's not, but you'll take it. You've got the lead at 50, and any minute you stall out and just get your team back to a full 6 is better. Felons didn't have to commit anything into it, so they'll have all 6 going into it. And I think you're pretty happy with that. Like we kind of questioned, is this something, because Purple team didn't see push, is this something that's now going to hurt them because they haven't had to play this and they haven't been warmed up on it? Could be a factor here. 6 ultimates up for Felons, I mean, this should be a fight goes their way.
Grabs coming out from both sides. Transcendence coming out from Purple team. Bomb coming out from, I believe, Sci-Fi here. I believe it hasn't blown up yet. No, it has. Doesn't find anything there. The Transcenso coming up from the Felons trying to keep everyone up now. Ryan Guy does use the beat. It goes away, so the Felons still to have this advantage right now, especially with the beat coming out here from lunch. Ricky, they're going to throw that bomb up in the air. Not going to be able to find anyone with it this time, but the grab coming out here from Vinny does capture a lot of the Felons in there. Vinny able to find IVQP. Worth uses that shatter there to find a couple there, and it's going to be a team fight win here for a purple team.
Ooh, Felons didn't unfortunately close it out. They had all 6 and they squandered the advantage, so they'll have to take the next fight with just this Graviton Surge. And I mean, there's going to be a rally. There's going to be probably that Transcendence to block it out as well, given how Hacker has been playing. Purple team, you know, not too much there. I mean, rally is enough to keep this rolling. They'll have some sustain to keep this going, and that it should be enough to win them and keep the bot moving.
Yeah, the Felons come down to meet them on even ground. Ryan Guy, though, will be the first one to fall here. That's not what you want to see if you're purple team, because they were so close to a beat. That could have easily won you a team fight here, but now down 1 support. What do purple team do here? The bomb coming out from Ricky. However, I think that's going to land on that high ground right there. Worth the will fight IVQP. SJP able to convert it into a kill, and look at this purple team going to be able to win a team fight here.
They'll extend their lead. They'll now have that forward spawn as well. We were concerned whether these undefeated Titans were going to be able to handle it, and they are handling push pretty well. I mean, they have Grav. That's about it. They'll have Grav Sound Barrier going into this. Felons have 3, almost 4 on the other side. So, you know, the sooner Felons act again, the sooner they act and aggress on a purple team, works in their favor.
Yeah, and you see they have one person out on carpet. Worth
That's
dying again early. That's the thing the Felons were looking for, and I believe I just saw Haxer just kind of fly off the map there with some help there from Sci-Fi, but I don't believe you're going to see anyone else from Purple Team really commit into this fight.
Nope, Vinny's going to keep that charge the best they can and hold on to it, get back with the team, and if you're Felons, you're fine with that. That was a free win. That was Worth getting punished, and that was what you need to do. Punish Worth when he's caught out, when he's overextended, when he's taking that space, and if you can do that, the rest of the team will give it up. Felons will have 5 ultimates going into this. Again, 5, you know, is bigger than, you know, the 2 and change they'll have up. So move quick, aggress onto Worth, take him out, and you should be able to win this if you're the Felons.
Yeah, they need to make use of these ultimates with the grab coming out here from Vinny. They cannot lose anyone in this fight, but they lose IVQP. That transcends from Achilles, not going to be able to get there in time, and that's definitely not what the Felons were wanting to see come from this fight.
No, it's not. VQP is going to be way too far away to get back into the fight, and it'll turn back in favor of the purple team. Their ults are coming online. They'll commit Sound Barrier too, and I mean, again, that was the worst case scenario. You lost your Shatter, you lost your main tank. That always means the rest of the team is going to fall.
Yeah, now purple team gonna definitely try to get these forward spawns back. The Felons will be able to come back out and try to contest them right now, but again, just the aggressiveness from this purple team gonna be able to come up here and try to force them back a little bit, and they will be able to get forward spawns again.
They'll have them. Lunch's Sound Barrier is the only thing they'll have going into this for the Felons. It's their only defensive. Purple team has 2 of their 3 up. I mean, purple team should just be able to last longer here.
Shatters coming out from both sides. Vinny will find the first kill. Ricky eats a grab, but Sci-Fi finds 2 with a bomb there, keeping the Felons in this one here, especially because one of those targets they found was Worth. The Felons, though, desperately need to find another kill here if they want to try to take control of this bot again. Ricky does have this bomb ready, but they're not going to use it. Actually,
they'll give it up.
No, they're going to use it here.
Okay, I guess they wanted the extra life. They still think it's winnable.
Grab coming out here from Vinny. They will find Cheeto Chomper there. Maybe they do think this fight is winnable, with Ricky getting DMAC there and Haxer falling as well. Not really winnable anymore.
No, I do think that was a little bit of a miscalculation, but I think if you are purple team also, you're not too sad about it. You have your forward spawns, you have 86 meterage, and you pulled out, more importantly, all of those ultimates. There's only Achilles Transcendence in the way, and purple team has been winning these in the neutral. So maybe you miscounted the trance, but you're probably feeling comfortable enough to build your ultimates quick in the neutral and maybe take this back at mid.
Yeah, absolutely, and they're going to meet them right there. The forward spawns are gone right now for purple team. Right now, Achilles does have that Transcendence ready to go, but some more ultimates going to be ready to go here soon for the Felons. The Shatter ready to go. They're going to pop it now. It finds 3. They need to try to confirm a couple kills off that one there, but they're not going to be able to as the beat comes out here from Ryan Guy, keeping purple team alive in this, and the rally coming out from SJP. The grab coming out from Nico as well, and the Transcendence for the Felons here. They are using a lot in this team because they know how big it is, but a huge Shatter from Worth finds 4, potentially 5. Vinny Ori taking care of 3. Make it 4 for the Zarya. Hacks Haxer will pick up the 5th one, and I believe we saw Sci-Fi just boost their self out of there.
Yeah, just getting out. Last minute means it's one fight territory here. Purple team holding on to grab, bomb, and no defensives. Felons have 2 of their defensives up. Again, they have this, so they have the ability and the tools to sustain through this. Expect those to get thrown in here. It's just going to come down to Sci-Fi's bombs, I think, in the long term.
Shatter coming out here from Lunch, try to get the Felons into this fight fast, but the grab gonna come out here from Benny. The bomb coming out. It finds 4.
No.
That's a huge bomb there from Ricky with some help from Vinny, and that might just do it here. It's a team kill. There's still 23 seconds left to go, but the Felons, they have a large hill to climb.
Launch used the sound barrier aggressively, and they were paying. Ricky was aware of it, just knew that it was faded, sent in the bomb, and that was it. Felons are going to have just this rally and shatter to go off of. They'll build trance, but they need to get control here. Time is ticking out. Purple team doesn't have enough in the bank. They'll have their own trance and rally, but this is going to be a scrappy fight in this last moment.
Down about, I believe that's 88 meters at the moment right now. It's a large hill to climb, and they need to win a team fight here to get all going. The Transcendence coming out here from Achilles because they desperately need to use the Shatter from IVQP. Does find a couple, and the grab from Nico does find a couple as well. Already 2 members down, but IVQP does fall. However, Worth actually going to invest the Shatter here. This might be huge. They get rid of Cheeto Chomper. They still do have some numbers here. Cheeto Chomper out here. Worth just trying to find anyone they can in this moment. SJP falls, and now Worth in a very bad spot. And the bomb being used by Sci-Fi there. It had to be a remeching tool.
That had to be to remech because they cannot afford to give this up. They are now playing from behind. They actually almost lost bot there for a hot second, but the Felons have nothing in their ult bank, and now they are playing in the neutral. Purple team has 2 up. They have bomb. They're coming into their ultimates. This is an uphill climb for them. They have to play and find and work on these team picks. They need to get somebody out immediately to give themselves an advantage because the ult bank is not in their advantage right now.
Grab bomb ready for Purple team here. Remember last time it found 4. Here comes the grab. Hacks are going to be able to find Achilles. The bomb coming in from Ricky. It will find 1, but already 3 members of the Felons down. Purple team, they can feel it. Overtime's done. Purple team are your champions with a perfect record throughout the tournament.
Wow, what a run for Purple team to go undefeated all the way from front to back, not drop a map. Just speaks to their incredible play and understanding of this. And this is really is tough. That 4 kick from Ricky's so big. God. Considering these teams didn't have a lot of time to practice, when you think about it, this patch has been worked on for a little behind the scenes for everybody. This patch has been worked on for several months, basically since almost as long as Overwatch 2 has been out. But these teams have not had a lot of time to really scrim and put their brains to the grindstone on this. So coming up undefeated really speaks levels to Purple team's success and team play.
Yeah, especially since that was Purple team's first time seeing a push map with the GOATS comp. Something that I don't think a lot of these players have seen. They looked very good on it, but they looked incredibly good throughout this entire series. A huge shout out to the Felons. Hey, they had an incredible run here through the losers brackets, able to get that revenge game there against England is my city, but just not able to conquer the Purple team here, who has, honestly, like we said, been the most dominant team here in this tournament.
I mean, that's it for the weekend, and then you'll see the bracket here, but there is still a little bit more. We still got one more day. We got some games going on Monday, so if you are still interested in checking the rest of these teams out and watching some the last bit of GOATS action, there's still a few more games tomorrow on and there's still CGL 1 going. I still can't believe CGL 1 is still going, Dex. We've had some problems, but CGL 1 is still playing the PC finals, too, if you want more GOATS action.
Yeah, so make sure once this stream ends to go over there and watch that one. There's still a lot of action there. Quick shout out to MI Blizzard and Lottie behind the scenes. Yeah. They did a lot for us tonight to make sure you guys got all the great views here. Thank you to everyone who came out. Again, congrats to Purple Team. Soav, you were great as always, man. It was a pleasure working with you. But that will do it for us. Remember, once this ends, go to CGL 1 and watch the PC finals. I've been Dextron. That has been Soav. Good night, y'all.
Take care, friends.
Yo. Cash and the ticket is yours. Cash and the ticket is yours.